All right, good morning, everyone. Chair Thigpen for the record. It is 9:00 a.m. We will go ahead and call the meeting to order. Welcome back, everyone, from the holidays. Hope everyone is nice and rested and had a great time with family. All right, let's start with roll call.
Chair Thigpen.
Here.
Vice Chair Whitaker.
Present.
Member Addis.
Present.
Member Aldaba.
Present.
Member Dr. Holmes Sutton.
Present.
Member Richards.
Present.
Student Representative Ayala.
Present.
Thank you very much. All right, now if you will join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. We will now open up public comment number 1. For those of you who are new to this public comment period is for anything on today's agenda. If you have public comment for anything not on the agenda, that is at the end of our meeting. Do we have any public comment here in the boardroom? Seeing none, do we have any public comment online?
Thank you, Chair. To provide public comment, please press *9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no public comment callers at this time.
Thank you very much. And we will now open up agenda item number 3, the hearing for the adoption of regulations of the State Public Charter School Authority as proposed in LCB file number R080-24. And trying to find one moment. Okay, so I will now move to agenda number 3, the public hearing for the proposed regulatory changes. The time is 9:03 a.m. The SPCSA board will hear information from Executive Director Melissa Lackadin and take possible action on the proposed regulatory language presented in R080-24, changes to NAC 388A.
R080-24 presents various regulatory changes to NAC 388A. These changes are recommended as part of the SPCSA's review of existing regulations as required by Governor Lombardo in Executive Order 2023-003. It is important to note that the current iteration of R080-24 is revised from a previous version that was approved by this board and sent back by the Legislative Commission. This revised version addresses the feedback from the Legislative Commission. R080-24 reorganizes several provisions related to SPCSA processes regarding approving an application to form a charter school and requesting to amend a charter contract. Sections 3 and 5 allow the SPCSA board to specify additional conditions when approving a new charter application or approving an amendment. The authority for these additional conditions already exists, but this reorganizes that authority into a specific section of the NAC that govern the new charter application process and the amendment process. Section 4 changes the dates of the new charter application cycle. Beginning in 2027, applications to form a new charter school would be due between January 15th and 31st instead of the current timeline of April 15th to the 30th. Section 5 of the proposed language removes the dates for the amendment cycle. This change allows a charter school to request an amendment at any point throughout the year without a good cause exemption. Section 7 of the proposed language aligns TNAC 388A.400 to NRS 388A.285 and allows a charter contract to be renewed for 3 to 10 years. Additionally, it removes the approval of the executive director as a requirement for a school to submit an external evaluation of academic data as part of the renewal process. Additionally, these regulatory changes repeal the authority for the executive director to develop an abbreviated application, and it repeals provisions relating to the use of certain gifts, grants, bequests, or donations. This regulatory change also eliminates an abbreviated application for prospective applicants that do not have any experience with charter schools. If the authority board votes to approve and adopt this regulation, it will be moved to the Legislative Commission. It will be enacted upon their final approval. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Director McAdam. Do I have any questions from board colleagues in the boardroom? Seeing none. Any questions from board colleagues online? Not seeing any hands raised. Okay, I'm looking for a motion.
Vice Chair will move that we approve and accept the proposed regulatory changes in R080-24.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Member Holmes Sutton, second.
Thank you, Member Holmes Sutton. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Moving right along, we have agenda item number 4, the approval of the consent agenda. Looking for a motion.
Chair Thigpen, prior to, I beg your pardon, I don't want to be out of order. Will you
Go ahead.
call for agenda item to be addressed?
Yes, thank you, Member Holmes Sutton. Which agenda item would you like to have full for discussion?
It's 4B, ACing Accountability Report. I had a question, if I may, regarding
Yes,
two of the.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate you. I wanted to ask of staff what, if any, information they could provide on the items that do not meet criteria or fail to meet expectations and how that may be addressed.
Melissa McAdam for the record. So, and I'll let Katie kind of weigh in as well if she wants to add to it. But essentially, these are standards that were, set that every school district is being measured against. So it's the same way that any of our schools would be addressing any deficiencies or just deficiencies or not having their outcomes where they want to be. So they're addressed through our charter schools, through their strategic planning. Depending on where they fall, they may have other, requirements for plans if they're really low performing, if they're a CSI, TSI, ATSI school. So really they're addressed in the same way that any outcomes are addressed, through the schools themselves taking ownership of their student outcomes and making the changes they need to do so.
Thank you. I appreciate you. I was curious about accountability.
Katie Broughton for the record. So there are 2 spaces in ACing accountability that are identified as does not meet the criteria. I do want to make a note that NDE collects this information directly from the schools, so we don't always have a full holistic picture of sort of how it's gathered or I don't know, areas to improve, but the evidence-based instruction materials is rated as does not meet criteria. One of the recommendations here is that all primary materials are on state approved lists. It is important to note that charter schools are not required to use a curriculum from those state approved lists. So any school that would not be using that curriculum wouldn't be counted in a positive way here. Charter schools are required to use curriculum that's aligned to standards, but it does not have to be on the state approved list. The other one that was identified as failed to meet expectation is fully licensed and certified staff. I think we would have failed to meet expectations in that we did not show a 20% decrease in unfilled positions, including those positions temporarily filled by substitutes. I think that's an ongoing statewide problem, not specific to charter schools. So it looks like we are at 14.2% are filled by substitutes. Again, we're hopeful that with the teacher raise money that was provided as a result of the legislative session, we'll see improvements in some of those metrics.
Melissa McInerney, for the record, I'm just going to add on to that and put on the record that I think, you know, it is really important that we allow charter schools to maintain that autonomy around those curriculum choices, right? If we say they have to use a curriculum from that list, we in some ways could be limiting their innovation. We could be limiting operators coming into the state who have developed their own sort of in-house curriculum that they've been very, very successful with in other markets. And so we will probably always not meet standard in that, but it's like with anything, even the teacher, you know, percent licensed, I always think about, like, do I care about that or do I care about the outcomes? And at the end of the day, I feel like our schools made a ton of progress over the last year. And as long as we continually see like student outcomes on the upswing, then it tells me that some of those metrics that we're looking at maybe aren't the root cause or aren't our greatest concern. And so while to Member Holmes Sutton's point, of course, we look at this, we consider it, but at the end of the day, we have to say, do we actually want to change this? And when it comes to curriculum, frankly, we don't want that rule to change, because I think it would stifle innovation and it would stifle high performing operators from wanting to enter the state.
I appreciate your responses. Thank you so much for your consideration. Just also wanting to acknowledge, even in the face of outcomes, the importance of having highly qualified and trained, experienced educators in our classrooms. I appreciate you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Holmes Sutton. Any other questions from board colleagues, either online or in the boardroom? Seeing none, I will entertain a motion again for agenda item number 4, the approval of consent agenda.
Member Holmes Sutton, do we make the motion to approve the consent agenda?
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Vice Chair Whitaker will second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. All right, moving into agenda item number 5, the SPCSA charter school governing body governance standards. And it's been a minute since we have done this, as the last couple of meetings were quite lengthy and we chose to pull this one. So I will just kind of read the purpose off of our website about what this is, and then I'll read the governance standard that I chose to highlight this month. So the governing body of a public charter school is responsible for ensuring the success of the school and its students, while the school leadership and staff manage the day-to-day responsibilities of operating the school. The governing body is ultimately accountable to the charter school sponsor, which is us, for academic achievement of students, effective organizational practices, and strong stewardship of public funds. These governance standards, developed in alignment with Section 3 of Assembly Bill 419 from the 81st session of the Nevada Legislature, now codified as NRS 388A-224, describe the standards by which the State Public Charter School Authority defines strong charter school governance. Public charter schools are sponsored by the State Public Charter School Authority and should use these standards as the North Star for evaluating board effectiveness and guiding board member development. So the one I decided to highlight that spoke to me this time, and for our new board member, we as board members will rotate this and choose one that speaks to each of us. We'll get that on our long range calendar. But the one I chose was number 2, which is ensure an effective and well-run organization. Specifically, the bullet point around ensuring that the school has strong operational plans for facilities, food services, transportation, security, and emergency preparedness. This standard matters because these areas directly impact student safety, staff well-being, and our ability to operate without disruption. While day-to-day management belongs to school leadership, it is the board's responsibility to ensure these plans exist, are current, and being followed. When schools lack clear operational and emergency plans, the risk isn't abstract. It can lead to confusion during crises, unsafe condition, and loss of trust from families and regulators. Strong planning in these areas is not optional or administrative. It is the foundation to responsible governance and fulfilling our duty to our students, which is why we're all here. So that's it. Thank you. All right, agenda item number 6, the SPCSA Executive Director's Report. Over to you, Director McAdin.
All right, before I jump into my report, I'm going to turn the mic over to our new board member and just allow her to take a few minutes to introduce herself.
I can learn how to use the microphone. Hi, everyone. My name is Janelle Addis. I have had the pleasure of calling Nevada home for the last 24 years. And in that time, I have done my best to ingrain myself in the education community, both as an educator and currently as the leader of a college access nonprofit providing college access services to students in Title I high schools here in Clark County. I have 2 students of my own, one in middle, one in high school. And I'm really grateful. And I've been a charter school parent, for the last decade. So I'm really grateful to the governor for this opportunity and this appointment to take what I do know and what I have to offer and offer it to the students of the state of Nevada as a whole. And I'm really grateful for the warm welcome that the board has given me so far. So thank you for having me, and I look forward to doing the work.
Excellent, thank you. Appreciate it. And we're excited to have her on our board and her expertise. It's going to be very helpful. So that's great. All right, I'm going to jump into my standard report now. This month, we'd like to highlight Coral Academy of Science, specifically the Eastgate campus. A notable strength at Coral Academy Eastgate is the recent purchase of the school building, which provides long-term stability and a stronger sense of permanence for the school community. In addition, the development of the new playground has been a highly collaborative effort. Leaders intentionally sought input from students, families, and staff on the playground design, incorporating their ideas on safety, accessibility, and opportunities for active play. Students and community members were also involved in aspects of the playground's construction and implementation, further deepening their connection to the campus. So hats off to them and that beautiful new playground. We are also thrilled to announce this month that we are down to 1 charter school that is delinquent in PERS, and that school is Nevada Prep. Other than that, all schools are caught up, and Mr. Kern will continue to prioritize the PERS payment for Nevada Prep. Moving on, SPCSA staff met with all schools in their incubation year on January 6, 2026 to get updates on facilities, hiring, and enrollment efforts. Following that meeting, Somerset Academy Carson City has requested, and I have approved, a deferral until the 27-28 school year. The board has not been able to find a suitable facility. They are actively looking at multiple properties, but none of them will be ready for an August 2026 start. This is a common thing that we see with our schools. Importantly, both Wildflower Montessori and Pahrump Valley Academies are making progress on finalizing facilities. During these monthly check-ins, SPCSA staff also highlight upcoming documents due, including any unique conditions for each school. Additionally, we conducted the following pre-opening trainings. We've had a training on bylaws, on our SPCSA governance standards, and on student enrollment, which includes lotteries, enrollment, enrollment audits. And I will pause, I'm not done, but I'll pause right there and see if there are any questions before I move on.
Thank you, Director Mack. Any questions from board colleagues, either in the room or online? And I can't see any hands online this time, so maybe just speak if you have anything. Okay, I'm not seeing.
All right, perfect. Moving on. I'm excited to announce that the SPCSA applied for a little over a $1.5 million in early childhood facilities funding grant from the Nevada Department of Education and was awarded a little over $1.3 million. The money will be distributed among 5 schools to develop, expand, or approve pre-K facilities. There are several facility requirements that can be a barrier for charter schools to open pre-K programs or expand them when they don't receive any facilities funding. So we're really, really excited about this opportunity. Lastly, I'd like to address the growth management plan. This plan is included as a supplemental material under the Executive Director's Report Board materials. In 2019, the Nevada Legislature passed AB 462, which resulted in updates to authorizing practices for charter school sponsors, including a requirement for the SPCSA to establish a plan to manage the growth of charter schools in Nevada. In response, the SPCSA's Growth Management Plan was created, which sets forth the status of existing charter schools and a 5-year projection of anticipated growth in the number of charter schools. This plan is required to be updated every 2 years. In the January 2026 update, staff projects growth in the new charter schools and additional campuses for existing schools, grade level, and other enrollment expansions, and anticipated charter renewals for the next 5 years. In addition, as required by statute, statewide student academic performance is considered. Also included is an assessment of relevant policies, procedures, capacity, and resources to help manage growth. Overall, the growth management plan will support the SPCSA in maintaining strong academic performance across its schools while continuing to expand statewide charter school options that serve students from all backgrounds. Note that portions of the growth management plan will be additionally referenced in the state of the SPCSA agenda item. And with that, I will stand for any questions.
Thank you, Director McKinnon. Very exciting about the pre-K funding. Chair Thigpen, for the record, just curious, you mentioned 5 schools. How do we determine which schools receive that? And yeah, what's the process look like?
Ooh, you were asking a question. I actually have been told which the schools are, but I don't want to put them on the record because I don't want to get it wrong if my memory is failing me. Some of them are schools, I believe most of them are schools that already are offering pre-K, but they're wanting to expand and offer additional seats. There may be one or 2 schools that have indicated that they want to start pre-K. Kind of simultaneously at the same time, this is the season when we will put in our request to NDE about how many pre-K seats we want next year. So we're going out to our schools and asking, you know, is anyone interested in pre-K seats? How many would you want? And through that process, a lot of schools have identified that they want to do it. And so it has, you know, we start to look at their readiness. Do they have an empty classroom that could be converted? There's a lot of like guidelines around what you have to have. And so it's like which institutions have a facility that would allow for that if they got the seats and the facilities money. So it's a variety of things that we're looking at to determine that. Great. That's very reassuring to hear. I think pre-K has been a topic in the national news recently. So it's great to hear. I think we're doing our due diligence. Any questions for Director McKinnon from board colleagues? Oh,
if I may.
Go ahead, Member Holmes-Sutton.
Thank you. I appreciate you. My question was with regards to accountability considerations for those schools that receive the funding, how they will demonstrate use of that money, and if there are parameters and/or rubric as to how those funds will be used.
I don't know the specifics of if there's like a rubric. You know, it's when I tell you that we got this grant executed Friday afternoon at 4:30. I'm not exaggerating. We've barely got our hands on this, so I'm not as familiar with the specifics of that, Member Holmes-Sutton, but certainly overall can say that our preschool programs are all 5 stars according to the Nevada Ready Pre-K, you know, system that they use to evaluate pre-K programs. our team is really active in getting into those programs, visiting them, making sure that they are doing all those things to be those 5-star pre-K programs. And so far, every single one of our schools has hit that mark. So we'll continue to do what we're doing to ensure the programmatic elements are where they need to be and are developmentally appropriate for those kids. But as far as the specifics of the grant and what those are, I actually don't know, but I'm happy to look into it and bring it back next month.
I appreciate you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from board colleagues?
Chair, if may I ask a question about that? Thank you. I actually have a question moving forward a little bit into the growth management plan. So I noticed that there was language in the growth management plan around ensuring that our schools are matching kind of the demographic and the makeup of the schools that are in similar areas in their districts. And my question centers around, I love those goals, and I think that it's really important that our charter schools are reflecting the neighborhoods in which they exist. And how are we as a board setting our schools up or creating support plans for our schools? Or as staff, how are you creating the supports for them to be able to serve those students well? So we want to make sure we have a certain portion of ELL students. How are we supporting those students at those schools to make sure they're elevated as well?
For sure. So one thing that I think is really an important distinction that we have to be really careful of is that there is a role for the SPCSA to play in support, but it is a very different role than like a traditional district would play in supporting their schools. So a lot of our supports come down to, are they following federal guidelines? Do they, frankly, they're just way more bureaucratic than what like a traditional district would be doing, where they were pushing in and providing PD or providing a certain curriculum to be used. Our schools sort of have autonomy over how they get from point A to point B. Our oversight is really around, like, do you have the appropriate policies in place that meet federal guidelines? Do you have teachers with the right credentials? If you don't, what are you doing to ensure that you do? So that's really, how we support them. And I think it's really important that that's a really big part of what we're looking at when we're evaluating new charter school applications, is we're looking at that team of people and saying, do they have the skills, the ability, the wherewithal to meet the needs of the kids they're hoping to serve? So part of our application, the law dictates now that schools are meeting one of the needs in the needs assessment. And so that's what we're looking for, is to say, do these people, so that's sort of how it's not traditional support, but on the front end, we're doing a deep dive to say, do they have what it takes to do that sort of on their own and meet our goals of being a 3, 4, or 5-star school.
Awesome. Thank you for that. That helps with clarification a lot for me and my understanding. So also forgive my newness. I didn't say Member Addis for the record, but it was Member Addis for the record.
Thank you very much. Any other questions from board colleagues? All right, seeing none, we will move right along to agenda item number 7, the Nevada Prep update. Back to you, Director McAdam.
Thank you. The SPCSA takes complaints regarding our schools very seriously and, as appropriate, investigates complaints by working closely with our schools and the complainants. In fact, we have a team member whose full-time job is managing that complaint process. Generally, when someone submits a whistleblower complaint, those investigations prioritize protecting the whistleblower. The SPCSA takes whistleblower complaints very seriously and investigates accordingly. On April 25th, 2025, during the SPCSA board meeting, Mr. John Hanel put on the record that he had filed a whistleblower complaint. On December 12th, 2025, the school's council also put on the record at the SPCSA board meeting that a whistleblower complaint had been filed and that they were awaiting those results. As such, the results of that investigation will be presented here today. The SPCSA coordinated the engagement of Green Flash Public Accountants to conduct the forensic investigation required by the allegations. Representatives from the firm are here today and will address their credentials, the allegations, their process, and their findings. Additionally, they will make some general recommendations that all charter schools can follow to avoid situations of this nature going forward. And I believe they are available online. I'll jump down and pull their presentation up.
Looks like John's sharing. I think so.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Director Mackin. It looks like the presentation is on the screen, and we have Mr. Andrew Davis and John Tira from Green Flash Forensic Auditors on the line. I think they can go right ahead.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Director, for having us today. I guess.
Oh, sorry,
first,
one moment. Can you put the presentation in presentation mode?
It is just a PDF, unfortunately. Let me see if I can.
There's a.
Does that work? Better?
Yep, that's exactly it. Thank you.
Okay, terrific. Well, first, it sounds like you can, or seems like you can see the screen or see what I'm sharing, and it sounds like you can hear me as well. So that's terrific. So thank you, Chair Thigpen and Director Mackin for having us. I'm going to start the presentation essentially introducing ourselves, as Director Mackin mentioned, talking about our scope, our methodology, our analysis, our findings, and then some of our recommendations on a go-forward basis. I don't intend to spend a long time in the presentation, and because I want to make sure that we have an ample time for any questions or comments from the authority. So without further ado, I'll get started. Green Flash Forensic Accounting is a forensic accounting firm. We focus on dispute advisory and financial investigations. We do a lot of work in different areas as it relates to public companies, private companies, public entities, meaning like the authority here today, and in matters involving individuals. And if I could draw anything on this slide to the authority today, would be that our work focuses on explaining what happened, why it happened, and how financial issues can be resolved or prevented on a go-forward basis. And that's really the framework that we approached this assignment as we analyze the issues as it relates to accounting and financial matters. My name is John Tira. I think Director Mackin mentioned that. I am the founder and Senior Managing Director at Green Flash Forensic Accounting. I've been doing this work for about 20 years, almost 20 years now. I'm a licensed CPA in Nevada, as well as California, Illinois, and Florida. I focused my entire career on internal investigations and the dispute work that sort of stems from accounting and financial issues. I'm a member of a variety of different organizations, including the AICPA, the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners, and I'm a member of the Forensic and Litigation Services Committee that oversees those services for the AICPA at large. I'm also going to ask Andrew Davis to introduce himself. Andrew works with Green Flash as well.
Hi, thank you, everyone. My name is Andrew Davis. I'm a Managing Director at Green Flash Forensic Accounting. I have over a decade of experience doing forensic accounting and litigation work. I also spent 4 years as a controller and director of finance of a professional services firm. So I've seen these issues both from the inside and from the outside. I am a CPA, and I have degrees in both accountancy and finance from the University of Illinois.
Okay, thanks, Andrew. Getting into the actual scope of our work, our assignment was essentially we've been asked by the General Counsel's Office of the authority to investigate the financial accounting issues related to the whistleblower complaints that Director Mackin just mentioned. The scope of our work mirrored what was contained in those whistleblower complaints, which is fiscal years 22 and 23. So a 24-month period beginning in July of 21 and concluding at the end of June of 2023. In terms of the information we requested and reviewed, it's a variety of different information as you might expect. Audited financial statements, internal financial reports, bank records, Amazon transaction logs, public records in the sense of board presentations that may exist, and as we requested, detailed accounting transaction data, for example, general ledger data or subledger data. And then also we requested and did conduct interviews with various members of Nevada Prep to better understand the allegations contained in the whistleblower complaint and better understand the facts and situation circumstances as it relates to the financial and accounting practices at Nevada Prep. I mentioned this briefly, but in terms of the methodology, the procedures that we performed, we conducted those interviews with key personnel. We conducted an overall financial assessment, not a financial audit, not an audit of financial statements, but really an overview of sort of the financial situation of the school, trying to understand cash flow, cash sources, cash uses, what happened, what this current state is, where money was spent. Then we also drilled down to, again, evaluate some of the allegations contained in the whistleblower complaints about the vendor spend, some questionable vendor spend or some contentious vendor spend, review of Amazon transactions, purchases used through an Amazon account. We looked at transactions that were used on a debit card that was used by Nevada Prep widely. And then looking at the categorization of those transactions, largely related to the debit card spend, trying to triangulate what the purpose of those transactions were to the extent possible, and then looking at the PERS liability, which I think this authority is well aware of. In terms of the allegations, as a refresher, this is a sort of a summary of some of those key allegations that were included in those two whistleblower complaints. Largely improper and personal use of school funds, and the rest sort of draws from that, but insufficient documentation related to those transactions, Amazon purchases, gift card purchases, potential misuse of grant funds, related party transactions with the former school board chair, board governance issues, lack of meetings, and intimidating communications for the whistleblowers. And then I mentioned this earlier about the PERS liability and other vendor obligations. And I think it's important to point out, and I'll point this out again as well, is that many of the allegations included in the whistleblower complaints related to the above items were unsupported by the evidence available. Essentially, we're unable to substantiate these claims because of lack of information, lack of documentation. In terms of scope limitations, not necessarily uncommon in these types of situations where there's a lack of readily available information, lack of documentation related to support certain transactions or support certain allegations. That was widespread within Nevada Prep. There was an overall sort of a global lack of quality or lack of record keeping as it relates to transactions themselves. There's very little receipts, documentation, substantiation, invoices, et cetera, related to transactions, especially as it relates to debit card transactions and Amazon transactions. Incomplete historical records. So we found insufficient records to sort of validate all the transactions that we saw occurring. And then the last two items are limited follow-up documentation and limited responses from whistleblowers. And that really is where we got stuck in our analysis, where we couldn't move forward, is that there really wasn't information to support many of those allegations. And what's unique, I think, about this situation in particular is the whistleblowers themselves chose not to respond to some of our requests for information that would substantiate those allegations. It's not unique that we are necessarily stonewalled in investigations from time to time. There's always a party that probably doesn't want to provide information vis-a-vis another party. But what I think is unique about this situation is the whistleblowers themselves did not provide the information we requested, did not follow up to our email requests. I think that was unique and worth pointing out. I'm going to ask Andrew to spend a little bit of time on the specific analyses that we performed, and from there we'll add some color along those analyses, and then we'll get into our recommendations for internal control improvements and key takeaways.
Thank you, John. So the first area to discuss is just the overall financial assessment. I think John had mentioned the cash flow issues. And as you can see from this graph, essentially revenues only increased about 25% over the 2-year period, where expenses increased over 120%. That's mainly driven by lower enrollment than I think was anticipated, which, kept revenues down. And the vast majority of the increase in expenses was staff teacher costs, potential over hiring. So there just wasn't a good matching of the school's needs with the revenue that was coming in per student, which, as you can see, led to the net position of the school going from positive all the way down to a significant deficit over just that 2-year period. And then this also caused them to not be able to make their PERS payments, which we will discuss in more detail later. Some more specific analysis. A lot of the whistleblower allegations were focused on specific vendors or types of vendors. So we received all the documentation we could and tried to search for potential related parties. We looked at the largest 50 vendors to see if there was anything on there that really stuck out to us. We attempted to get further follow-up from the whistleblowers on, hey, here's the list. Do any of these stand out to you? And we did not get any response to those questions. Another one of the allegations was around Amazon transactions. And really with that, the biggest finding was that there were a lot of different people had access to this account and they were making purchases on it. They weren't all necessarily being paid for by the school. There was a few instances where the spouse of an employee was using the account, but those transactions weren't necessarily actually being paid by the school. They would go on a personal or a different card. So there were a few potentially personal transactions on there, nothing of large dollar amount that the school had paid for. But the real takeaway was just the complete lack of control surrounding this account. There were dozens of users, very little approval or oversight. It seemed like anyone could kind of just go in and buy anything for the school whenever they felt it necessary. And that kind of goes along the line, the same thing with the debit card usage, where the vast majority of the expenses of the school, other than large things like payroll, were just paid for on the school's debit card outside of your typical invoice and approval process, which led to a significant amount of uncategorized expenses. The third-party accountant would get a large list of expenses that happened every month based on the bank statements, and they would attempt to get information from the executive director, the principal, other people at the school on, hey, what were these for? We need to categorize them in the P&L. And at times, it took them a significant amount of time to get that information, or in the case of, I believe, fiscal year 2022, there was hundreds of transactions that never got categorized, and the general ledger, they're just still sitting on there as uncategorized. So again, just a major lack of control around the spending of the school. The final one, and John, if you want to move on to the next slide, is the PERS liability, because there's a good graph.
Yeah, I do want to spend one more time on the debit card usage,
Yeah,
because I think that's a good indication of the overall lack of controls, as you mentioned. And what we had seen is, on bank statement usage, debit card usage, you're paying for something at, for example, Smith's, right? But without supporting transaction or detail related to what that spend was for, we can't tell if it was used for groceries or gift cards or household cleaning supplies. So a number, and I use that as more of a global or a general example because I think it probably helps us understand the issue. But overall, like if we are spending money at a vendor, it doesn't mean it was improper or impermissible. It just means that we weren't able to substantiate what the purpose of that transaction was for. And we saw that time and time again. And I think that is a good indication of a lack of controls and lack of supporting documentation, accounting practices that existed at the school. But Andrew, I do want to make sure we spend some time on the PERS liability because I think that's an important topic as well.
Yeah, I think the board is well aware that the school was not making their PERS liability payments in a timely manner. It's very evident by this chart. Just a couple of things to point out. About 1 month of PERS contributions is about like $30,000 or $35,000. So you can see early on in the timeline, they were usually around a month or 2 months, which would be typical. And it ballooned all the way up to $563,000, which is nearly 2 years worth of PERS contributions. And they made absolutely no payments between July of 2022 and February 2023 to PERS. And then again, from that February 2023 payment to October 2023. So there were two large gaps where they made absolutely no payments whatsoever. And we understand that they, have started trying to clean up and make the back payments, and you can see it eventually starts going down. We don't have information on what's currently happening. You guys probably have more information than us. But this again just goes to show that the school just did not have the cash resources that it needed to support the expenses that it had.
Thanks, Andrew. And then moving on to recommendations and takeaways. We've tried to make a number of just broad assessments of the internal control processes and some of the things that led to the failures or the issues at Nevada Prep, and wanted to spend most of our time thinking about these because I think this is how we make things better. Certainly there's a post-mortem and that's necessary, but how we move forward and how we improve, whether it be Nevada Prep, another charter school, the charter school system at large. I think some of these things are good takeaways. So as we start about governance and board oversight, what we saw at Nevada Prep was sort of a lack of that oversight, lack of governance, lack of regular communications, regular meetings, meeting cancellations abruptly, not a whole lot of insight or urgency as it relates to some of the things that were discussed at those meetings. For example, the PERS liability, lack of a plan to address those items. Again, the PERS liability, segregation of duties and payment controls. Andrew mentioned that there was widespread use of the Amazon account. That's not good practice. We mentioned that there was widespread use of a debit card. Not to say that using a debit card is a bad thing or should not be allowed, but there needs to be better controls, better records, better justification for the use of that card, and it should be used on a limited basis, not a regular basis. Along those lines, documentation and transaction support, that was again a widespread issue. EdTech, the third party that was providing accounting services, often had issues identifying those transactions. There's a number of transactions or uncategories, whether related to SG&A type items, cleaning items, or related to food items, you name it, right? It was hard for EdTech to understand where these transactions may belong. And that's a problem in of itself. It's hard to understand and use financial information if you don't know where those things should be bucketed. The use of third-party accounting providers is a good thing in of itself, but it is not a good thing if you're not using those third-party providers effectively, right? So it's essentially, buying a beautiful house or buying a brand new car and not taking care of it, right? So if you're not providing the input and the feedback that you need to for those third-party accounting providers, you're not getting your value out of it. You're not extracting the most that you can to get the right accounting information, right? So there's needs to be a lot of focus and a lot of effort as it relates to accounting practices and accounting policies. Related party transactions and conflicts of interest, we were informed that there were issues related to the board chair providing services to the school. We didn't see evidence of it. We asked for that evidence, wasn't provided. But in a general sense, related party transactions aren't necessarily forbiddable. They're not necessarily disallowed, but we want to make sure that they're in plain sight, transparently documented and communicated so that everyone understands what is being done. So that's another takeaway from Nevada Prep. And then budgeting, monitoring, cash flow management. That led to the overall deficiency in the net cash position of Nevada Prep on a regular basis, on a go-forward basis. And that was over a continued period of time. It wasn't necessarily just 1 month. There was issues over an extended period of time of not really managing or right-sizing the school to the enrollment. And then finally, key takeaways that we have for the authority as overall is that first one, I think, is the first one and the bottom one or last one, I think, are the two most important ones. It's board engagement, making sure that there's members of those boards that are highly invested and that are sort of knowledgeable about the subject matters that they're looking at, right? So in a school, it can be a lot of things, right? And one of those items that they're at Nevada Prep in particular needed more focus was on the financial accounting side of things. People who are literate in that area to sort of assess that and make a plan. And then independence and tone at the top. I think that we saw issues overall, whether it be at the board level, at the management level of what should be done and how should we do it, right? Are we going to take, we're going to cut corners? Are we going to not document things in a very deliberate and specific manner, or are we just going to kind of run the business, run the school in a way that we can get things done, so to speak, get through the school day? And I think that's an important takeaway, is that when things are difficult, it's easy to kind of focus on one responsibility as opposed to another. But really, in a school like this, there need to be a widespread assessment of all the things that would matter to the school. And in this situation specifically, the lack of documentation caused even more issues. And when things got difficult from a financial perspective or an accounting perspective, cash flow perspective, it was even more important to document where spend was occurring, where revenue was shorted, and how we're going to and how a plan could be developed to correct that and get on a better track. And finally, I'll add one final point about written documentation, right? And that's sort of a tone of the top, that sort of leadership issue, right? Having a practice in place that can be communicated to the staff at large at a school is critically important, right? So how we do anything is how we do everything, and making sure that we have a process in place to provide expense reports, or to provide a justification for a transaction, or how we're going to close our books on a monthly basis, or how we're going to respond to a cash shortage or deficiency. Having something in place, and it doesn't have to be for everything and anything, but having a good framework in place to address financial and accounting issues is something that I think that we could take widespread and apply to charter schools at large. So I'll stop there. I'm sure there's going to be some questions from the authority at large, from Director McAdam, and we're happy to answer any questions that we can at this point, to the extent we have those answers based on the evidence provided to us. So thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Chair Thigpen, for the record. Director McAdam, did you want to add anything before I bring it to the board for questions? Okay. All right. Do we have any questions from board colleagues in the boardroom? Go ahead, Member Richards.
Member Richards, for the record, and appreciate the overall audit and information shared. I do have one question, and probably is going down a rabbit hole, but I just, based on your example about Smiths, so if you were to have a credit card that had, that from the credit card bill that there was evidence that they shopped at Smiths for whatever it was, could we, like, and like I said, you're the expert, so you would know, but you can't contact Smiths and get copies of the receipts that were used during that month to find out what the charges were for, or is that too far down the rabbit hole?
I would think that's pretty far down the rabbit hole. I've never been able to request that information, receive that in any of the investigations that I've performed. To say it's impossible, I won't go that far, but I would say it would be awfully difficult to get that information.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Member Richards. Any other questions from board colleagues? Either in person or on, or okay, Vice Chair.
Vice Chair Whitaker, for the record. I think this is probably more to council. So will this forensic report be sufficient to provide enough information to address the whistleblower complaint? And how does that work in terms of closing that complaint out?
Samantha King-Powell, SPCSA General Counsel, for the record. This is a substantial investigation, and it more than addresses the whistleblowing complaint, like the methodology that Mr. Tira and Mr. Davis presented today. They went through all of the allegations. They spent a lot of due diligence, really researching everything and presenting the findings today. We see that there are really no substantial findings for the allegations, so we can effectively close out this whistleblowing complaint.
Thank you.
Any other questions from board colleagues online or in person? Okay, seeing none, we will move things along. Is it back to you, Director McAdam?
Yes, it is. And thank Green Flash sincerely for their expertise, for their help. This was a cumbersome process. Hit a lot of roadblocks along the way, and they persevered, and we really appreciate their partnership in this work, and it was a pleasure working with them. And I would just kind of add on, if I may take the liberty here, to say, they referred a lot to leadership and the tone at the top, and that is not only your school leader, but it's also your board. And as I was sitting here looking or listening to them and reflecting on this, I thought back about my own time as a school leader, and I can tell you right now that there is not a scenario in which I would have ever used a debit card, because my board would have called me to task so fast, like I probably wouldn't have had a job. And so that leadership is really, it's not just the school leadership, it's the leadership of a board. And being on a board of a charter school is a serious responsibility. And it's ultimately the board who is responsible. And that is the tone that I wasn't even allowed to order on our Amazon account when I was a school leader. There was one person who had access to that account and could order, right? Like I would have never even dared try to log on to that account, because I know that the tone was set at the top that that was not allowed. We had financial policies and in place, and they were followed. And so I just really want to reiterate that, it really is have to be the tone at the top, and the top being the board of directors. Okay, so with that, we'll move on to 7B. As the board is aware, Nevada Preparatory Charter Schools charter renewal application was denied pursuant to NAC 388A 415 subsection 11 at our December 12, 2025 board meeting. At that time, this board appointed Mr. Josh Kern of the 10 Square Group as closing administrator. Immediately after that board vote, Mr. Kern began working with Nevada Prep leadership to assess and stabilize the situation at the school. Mr. Kern is here today to provide you with an update regarding his findings to date.
Thank you. Let me share my
Mr.
screen.
Kern, do you want to share your screen, or do you want us to manage your presentation for you?
I'm going to try to share the screen, and if it doesn't work, then we can go from there. But let's see. How's that?
Yep, that works.
Perfect.
Okay, great. Well, good morning. Thank you, Chair Thigpen and members of the authority. My name is Josh Kern. I'm here, as Director McAdam said, as the closing administrator for Nevada Preparatory Academy. And I want to thank you for the opportunity to share this preliminary report with you. I've been considering how best to open this presentation for some time, and I keep coming back to the number 100, and this is for two reasons. First, you may be familiar with the phrase keeping it 100, which means to be completely honest, especially when it's uncomfortable to do so. And that seems especially pertinent in this case. What you're going to hear over the next few minutes is very different from what Nevada Prep has previously shared with you about the state of the school. But I want to assure you that my report, which accompanies this presentation, includes appendices with all the supporting documentation for this presentation. And if you have any questions about the report or the facts in the report, the presentation itself, I really would encourage you to reach out and ask them either now or at some subsequent event. I also want to acknowledge up front that it's uncomfortable to discuss misconduct at a charter school in a public forum. It's uncomfortable to talk about it, and it's even more uncomfortable, I think, to hear about it. And I suspect it would be very easy for the SPCSA to quiet this presentation or this report out of fear that discussing misconduct at any school will result in some reprimand either to the SPCSA itself or the charter school movement in general. And that would be, of course, a terrible, terrible mistake. In truth, the ability to speak to these findings is an example of the charter school movement at its very finest. That's because the movement is predicated on the simple bargain of an exchange of autonomy to the schools for accountability. The SPCSA should be commended for leaning into its mandate of accountability and putting all schools on notice that misconduct will not be tolerated. We have worked with charter authorizers all over the country, and I can say this with certainty that the SPCSA is a model for how to take the responsibility of authorizing seriously and earnestly. The second reason why the number 100 has stuck with me over the last couple of weeks is because it happens to be the effective interest rate on $121,000 of funds that Nevada Prep secured in October of 2025, just 2 months prior to my appointment. At the same time that the school was representing to the SPCSA in this public forum that their financial performance was stellar, the school had borrowed $121,000 at an effective interest rate of approximately 100%. This agreement, which I will discuss in detail in this presentation, is one of the many examples of misconduct that was occurring at Nevada Prep immediately prior to my appointment. The last thing I want to say in this somewhat long, extended throat clearing, which I apologize for, is that this is a pretty dense presentation. And I suspect that many of you will have questions. And I am happy for anyone on the authority or on the staff to interrupt me at any time. I'm serious about this. If there's something that I'm saying that needs more explanation or isn't clear, I'd rather clarify it in the moment. I think might be more helpful than to wait to the end. You're welcome to wait to the end, but I'm also inviting you to interrupt me at any point. Okay, so with that, I will get into it. Okay, so as you know, the SPCSA appointed me closing administrator at the last public meeting on December 12th, 2025. And the only other thing I want to say as it relates to this slide is that it's worth noting this appointment is very different than the previous closing administrator appointments, as Nevada Prep remains open. There are 3 overarching takeaways from this preliminary report. First, on December 12th, 2025, Nevada Prep was insolvent and operating with numerous unsafe conditions and unlawful activities. Second, Nevada Prep faces significant staffing, human resource, and capacity challenges. Some of these issues have been addressed, and some of them are ongoing and will likely be ongoing for several more weeks or months. Third, prior to the closing administrator appointment, the misconduct by the former administrators, leadership, and board members placed the school in an untenable situation and raised legal and ethical questions that must be addressed. The remainder of this presentation will be a detailed discussion of these 3 points. The first takeaway is that Nevada Prep was insolvent and operating with numerous unsafe conditions and unlawful activities. As you'll see from the image here, the first business day after my appointment, so my appointment was December 12th, this is from December 15th, Nevada Prep's checking account was literally overdrawn. There was no cash with which to operate the school. In addition to the fact that there was no cash, multiple essential services had gone unpaid for months and were threatening service interruptions. I'm referring to utilities, food service, and rent, among others. Slide 5 takes a deeper dive into the issue of insolvency, in part because it's so different from what had been previously reported to the SPCSA. While paying down $343,000 in past due PERS obligations and paying back $89,000 to the board chair, Nevada Prep had accumulated over twice that amount in past due obligations, including but not limited to $571,000 in new past due obligations to the following 6 creditors. Building Hope for $204,000. This is the leased facility. SLA, which was a food service provider. This is the previous food service provider, not the current one. National Funding, I'm going to talk a lot more about this in the next slide, is the factoring agreement that Nevada Prep entered into in October of 2025. SSG Healthcare is one of the benefits providers for Nevada Prep. ProCare is a special education related services provider, and FitEats is the current food services provider. What NV Prep had effectively been doing was financing its ongoing obligations by shifting cash flow burdens to vendors, creating several hundreds of thousands of dollars of new liabilities. This practice created multiple risks, many of which are now being realized. The fact is that despite some of the pay down of the past due PERS obligations, Nevada Prep's overall financial condition deteriorated over the last 2 years, and especially in the last 2 months prior to my appointment. On October 13th, 2025, at the same time that Nevada Prep was stating to the SPCSA that the financial performance of the school was stellar, Nevada Prep initiated a sale of receivables agreement with National Funding Inc. with the following terms. They received funds of $121,875. They were obligated to pay back within a year $170,000 effectively. And in addition to that 40% markup, there's a required weekly remittance of $3,269 that until the complete $170,000 gets paid back in full. So, like I said, in addition to the 40% markup, 170 as compared to 121, the actual effective interest rate on this, because you're beginning to pay back $3,000 a week immediately, is actually approaching 100%. I could spend like the rest of my time here in this presentation just talking about the gross negligence associated with this singular agreement, but I go back to my days in law school. The term res ipsa loquitur seems to apply here, which is the thing speaks for itself.
Mr. Kern, if I may for a moment, Chair Thigpen for the record.
Yeah.
I just want to kind of highlight the sales of receivables agreement. And, I'm a business owner in the other hat that I wear. I have never heard this term of an agreement before. The only thing similar to that I've ever heard is like a merchant services agreement, which sounds similar, but the interest rate is higher. In your experience, have you seen different institutions use a sales of receivables agreement like that before?
We have seen, I would never recommend it. We have seen on very rare occasion, schools enter into it. When they do, it's never a good sign. It's, of course, out of desperation, but I've never seen an agreement that looks like this. I've never seen something with 100% effective interest rate.
Thank you.
So that was on the insolvency side of the equation. And then the other part to finding number one is on the operational side. Nevada Prep was running a transportation program, a food services program, and an after-school program that was unapproved, unlicensed, and or non-compliant. Specifically, at the time of my appointment, Nevada Prep was renting 3 15-passenger vans and leasing a full-size bus, and the vehicles were not properly licensed and or inspected. Also, at the time of my appointment, Nevada Department of Education was withholding reimbursement payments to Nevada Prep due to several outstanding issues in the school's corrective action plan, which was non-compliant and incomplete. And finally, also at the time of my appointment, Nevada Prep was operating an unlicensed on-site fee-based after-school childcare program. NRS 388A 300 subsection 1 subsection C prohibits charter schools from charging tuition or fees for these kinds of programs. And in addition to that, if you are allowed to do it under certain conditions, which were not met here, it requires financial controls, a separation of monies that was not in place in Nevada Prep. Funds were commingled in violation of the NRS. And in addition to that, there are cash payments that were made by parents to the school that are unaccounted for. And I will just say that the concerns here around financial controls and weaknesses of financial controls, which we just heard a lot about in the last presentation, are not just in this one program, but are throughout the entire school operation. And I'm going to get into that also as we talk about salaries.
Mr. Kern, one question, Chair Thickman, for the record. The after-school program, is there any, and I may be jumping ahead, I apologize in advance. Is there any evidence that the cash that they collected, what did they do with that? Did they pocket it? Do we have evidence of what, or documentation of what they did with the funds collected for the after-school program?
I really appreciate you asking this question. So we really just began to understand the after-school program last week. There's still a lot of information gathering that needs to take place before I can speak intelligently to it. One of the things we're doing is we're comparing the revenue that was being documented at the school with the revenue that was being documented at the bank to see where the discrepancies are and the extent of the discrepancies. There's no indication of, to the extent that there clearly was cash payments that were made that we can't find the cash for, but I think we're gonna have a hard time finding out, how that cash that is otherwise unaccounted for, how that was used or misused potentially.
Thank you. And a follow-up question on the food service program. Again, I may be jumping ahead a little bit, but I did want to ask before I forget. I know that they, one of the companies they listed was unpaid for food service. I understand that that vendor then stopped providing those services, and there's a new vendor in place, I think, for now. But do we know how many school days they went without providing meals to students?
The former provider?
Yes, or just in general, like how what was the timing on the lapse? Like how long did it go on for that students weren't being fed at the school?
I believe it was for several months. I don't have the exact information about the amount of time they went unpaid, but they're claiming that they are owed almost $140,000, which would be, I think, the bulk of the school year.
Josh, Melissa, for the record, I think what Chair Thigpen is asking is early in this school year, that vendor who's owed the $140,000, they left the school because they weren't getting paid. And I think you're asking how many days happened between them leaving and the new vendor coming on board. Our understanding, it was less than 2 weeks, but I don't know that we definitively know that. And that's certainly something Josh can add to the list to try to figure out, but it's probably, frankly, going to be towards the bottom of the list. We did talk to the Nevada Department of Ag, and they worked really hard to get a vendor in there, like in short order. So I do think, there were days where we know that they were like going to the store and like buying cold cereal and things and feeding the kids that way. But my understanding is it was about 2 weeks. We can investigate that further, but it wasn't like months and months.
Thank you. And I think what I'm getting at, and just to help you all with my thinking, is, I think it would be important for this board to understand the full scope of the harm caused by the leadership at Nevada Prep. And so I think back to my days as a school board trustee in Washoe County, where, we had our motto was do no harm, right? And I know we follow, the same here, but, I think just knowing that any student went hungry for any period of time is harmful and egregious. So I appreciate the background, Mr. Kern, and we'll keep asking questions as you proceed along.
And thank you for that. And we will definitely look into that. And I appreciate you putting a pin in it, because it is very important. The only other thing I want to say on this slide before we move on is that in addition to the food service issue that we've talked about, and the transportation program issues that we talked about, and the aftercare program that we've talked about, there were also numerous issues related to the facility that have been detailed in the report. And just in the interest of time, I think I'm not going to detail them all here. I will just call out two, and one is there was the only elevator on the site was inoperable, and the door, when we visited the school on December 12th, which is the day that I was appointed, the doors were permanently open, and the only thing stopping people from going inside was a piece of tape across the opening, preventing access. In addition to the elevator issue, which was clearly an unsafe condition. There were several active plumbing leaks in place at the time of my appointment. And to see a full list of issues related to the facility, please reference the accompanying report. Okay, now we're on to finding number 2. So moving on from the insolvency and unsafe activities, the second major takeaway of the preliminary report is that Nevada Prep faces significant staffing, human resource, and capacity challenges. There were multiple unfilled positions at the time of my appointment. In addition to the open positions, key academic and operational functions lack qualified personnel and/or clear ownership. Human resource files were missing employment contracts and other necessary documents. And there was no organizational chart, and many of the positions lacked clear job descriptions. I want to do a deeper dive into this issue of the missing, unsigned, and inadequate employment contracts. This is an actual example, redacted, of a contract that is illustrative of the human resource challenges that the school is currently facing. First of all, many employees of the school don't have any employment contract. And when there are employment contracts, many of them are unsigned and/or look like this one here. It might be hard to see what you're looking at, but let me just mention a few things. This contract, like many of them, are unsigned. There's no job description, and there isn't even a clear understanding of whether this position is part-time or full-time. And this isn't like just some technical issue that I'm raising. There's a real misunderstanding of how often people are expected to show up to work and what they're expected to do when they're there. You can't operate a school or any organization in this condition. Okay, now we're on to finding number 3. There are several examples of misconduct immediately prior to my appointment. And this misconduct placed the school in an untenable situation. And as I mentioned earlier, I believe it raises several legal and ethical questions that we should address. Despite the dire financial situation of the school just prior to my appointment, leadership inexplicably gave 4 staff members significant raises. And the school also inexplicably prepaid an $89,000 remaining $89,000 loan to the board chair's investment firm. And that happened on December 8th, which was literally 4 days prior to my appointment. I want to take a deeper dive into the issue of the undocumented, unapproved, and mid-cycle raises to the 4 staff members. It's important to note that these raises are in violation of Nevada Prep's own financial policies handbook, as they were given without board authority and were not part of the budget approved by the Nevada Prep board. We haven't located any agreements memorializing these raises, and the school, at least till now, has claimed that no documentation exists. It's also, I think, peculiar, not just the timing of this, that it was happening in November, as the school was learning of the possibility that its charter would not be renewed. But it also just happens to be the 4 people who were in a position to know information about what was happening at the school that contradicted statements that the school was making to the SPCSA at the very same time. The other example of misconduct that I want to highlight at this time is the prepayment of the loan to the board chair's investment firm, 2 investments. So just some background here. On August 28th, 2025, 2 investments, which is was the former board chair's investment firm, made a loan to Nevada Prep for $100,000, and the terms of that loan were that the school was to repay $12,000 a month, and that the remaining balance was due on April 1st, 2026. So on November 5th, Nevada Prep paid its first $12,000 installment. And then on December 1st of 2025, Nevada Prep still owed the remaining $88,000 plus the $1,000 that of interest that had accrued on the 4% note. So on December 8th, 2025, again, this is the week of my appointment, the executive director went to Nevada Prep's bank and purchased a cashier's check in the amount of $89,000 payable to two investments. It's important to highlight that these monies were paid, prepaid, ahead of other critical obligations, including past due PERS amounts, rent, utilities, essential services that were in danger of being shut off because of past due amounts owed. As a result of this prepayment, as I mentioned earlier, the account at Western Alliance was overdrawn on the first day after my appointment. It's pretty clear that the school's decision to prepay this loan is a violation of NRS 281A-400, which is the Code of Ethical Standards governing the ethical requirements, and also NRS 388A-320 subsection 4 and NAC 388A-525 subsection 2, which prohibits board members from having a financial interest relationship with the school. There's also no record of the Nevada Prep Board's approval of the prepayment, nor is there a second signature on the bank withdrawal slip as required by Nevada Prep's financial policies.
Mr. Kern,
yeah, please.
Sorry, Chair Thigpen, for the record.
Yeah.
Do we have the ability to do any clawbacks on the bonuses given, this amount that was taken out? Do we legally have the ability to get that money back for the school towards its liabilities?
I'm so glad you asked that. So where there's an ongoing relationship, like with employees that were overpaid, we are and have clawed much of that money back and will continue to do so. Where there is no longer any financial relationship with the entity, we don't have a lot of leverage to, at least at this moment, to claw back. This is not a formal bankruptcy proceeding where there is, we're operating under the court supervision and can require clawback. We can and should, I think, talk either after this presentation or a subsequent presentation about what can be done going forward to try to recoup some of these funds.
Thank you, Mr. Kern. I think that definitely would be in the best interest of me speaking candidly, of the board and of the school. And I'll be frank, the only time I've seen behavior like this is in the banking industry in 2008. So this is pretty outrageous.
Yeah, I will say I've spoken to Patrice, the former board chair, and also to the former counsel, Mark Ardberg, and I've expressed to both of them the school's strong desire to have the funds returned, and I will keep you posted on whether or not we actually get the money back. For sure. I just want to say, just on this note, because we're talking about a lot of money here, almost $100,000. I'm not going to say anything that I think folks don't know, but I think it's worth just kind of saying out loud and putting on the record that the board's job is to act solely in the school's best interest. And when a board member, and in particular a board chair, becomes a creditor, that person has a second interest, and that interest is to get repaid. And that second interest can, and in this case did, clearly skew decisions about things like vendor payments and priority payments. And just to be clear, there is nothing in the agreement with two investments that calls for this prepayment. It was just done out of the discretion of the school, I suppose. And again, just to highlight that the prepayment of the promissory note resulted in an overdrawn account, an inability to repay a subsequent loan, which we've talked about at 100% interest, inability to pay outstanding PERS obligations, and inability to pay other critical vendors that are threatening and continue to threaten to stop work and provide those services. I wanted to just put some of these major events in a timeline like this, because I think it kind of highlights some of what we're referring to as misconduct. So, for example, when you see it in a timeline like this, it's easier to understand that effectively what the school did in the 2 months prior to my appointment was take out a loan, although they don't call it a loan, they call it sale of receivables, but take out a loan at an effective interest rate of 100% to repay a loan at 4%. Just very quickly, I want to switch gears now and talk about some of the things that we've done in the last 6 weeks to address many of the issues that we've talked about and issues that we haven't talked about. We've assumed control of the Nevada Prep Bank account at Western Alliance, and nothing can be spent without my express authorization. We're paying in full all essential services other than rent, which I'm going to talk about in a second. And we've deferred all past due non-essential payments to after this school year. We've moved all the accounting functions over to Higgins and Associates and established regular invoice receivable and bill pay review practices. We are overseeing payroll, and to your good question, Chair Thigpen, we're clawing back the unauthorized overpayments. We've done a complete audit of the personnel files and have begun to address the HR deficiencies. We've also begun to right-size the staff. We've removed several unnecessary positions and adjusted job responsibilities to better match with competencies. We've corrected the unapproved transportation practices. We've restored compliance with the food service program. We're paying PERS in full on a going forward basis, and we've continued to pay down some of the remaining past due obligations. And also we've taken over the grant management process and will file all the reimbursement and requests and funds owed to the school. These are just some of the activities that and accomplishments to date. There's going to be obviously ongoing progress and more updates as we continue to move through the remainder of the school year. Okay, this is an especially important slide for the school, and this is really the ask. We need 2 things for Nevada Prep to get through the end of this school year. The first is we need rent relief. On December 16, 2025, Building Hope issued a notice of default for unpaid rent. At the time of my appointment, the school owed over $200,000, $204,000 in unpaid rent to Building Hope. And without getting into the details and the kind of the letter writing campaign, the bottom line is that Nevada Prep cannot pay rent and meet the financial obligations of other essential services to remain open for the remainder of this year. And we can't operate, as I think everyone would understand, under the threat of imminent eviction. So I want to make clear that while I'm asking for this rent relief, I'm not asking that AMS cover our rent, nor am I asking Building Hope to take a complete loss on the non-payment. Nevada Prep doesn't have an interest in the hopefully soon-to-be relationship between AMS and Building Hope, except that we are requesting, I think more than requesting, that whatever that agreement is, it has to contain an express provision of rent relief for all past due, current, and future rent. I've gotten into trouble a little bit before when I speak so bluntly about business terms, and I want to kind of proactively address this. So people sometimes, when they hear me talk about these business terms, they think I'm only thinking about business and I'm not focused on the students. And I want to assure you that nothing can be further from the truth. We are doing everything that we possibly can to keep not only to keep the doors open, but to provide the best possible education to the 470 students at Nevada Prep. But what is also true is that relying on the charity of others is not a business plan. And while we are managing everything else that is happening at the school, I am strongly suggesting that we put this one problem at the foot of the parties who are in the best position to solve it. Nevada Prep, by remaining open through the remainder of this year, is going to deliver a going concern to AMS and Building Hope, and the value of that going concern far exceeds the rent obligation that's owed to Building Hope. And so I just think it's in the interest of those two parties to make the relief happen, and so that the school can continue through the remainder of this year. The second request, which is not as weighty, perhaps, as the first one, is that we convert this SPCSA appointed closing administrator position to a court appointed receivership. We have already received a summons from one creditor who's owed substantial amounts of money. We may receive others. And in order to manage all of the things that are happening at the school and some of the things that likely will happen before the end of the school year, we really need to have the kind of protection of a court-appointed receivership and some of the abilities that we would be able to enjoy with a court-appointed receivership as compared to a SPCSA closing administrator. I think I've driven home all of these points. Let me actually go in a different direction for this slide, and just there are a couple of people that I really need to thank. The first is AJ Scott. As I think you all know, AJ was appointed interim executive director on the eve of my appointment of closing administrator, and he is really doing a fabulous job in his role. We couldn't ask for a more capable partner in AJ, and feel very, very fortunate that he is willing and able to serve in the role of interim executive director for the remainder of the school year. And the second is you, the SPCSA, the board, and especially the staff for their support through this entire process. This is very much a team effort. I know I've done a lot of talking today, and because of that, maybe it feels like it's me doing all the work. But I assure you, I'm just a small part of a very large process, and there are a lot of people who are helping make this happen at the school every day. And a big part of the success thus far and through the remainder of the school year is because of the SPCSA staff that is assisting in the effort. I'm working closely with many staff members on many of the issues facing the school, and everyone has been incredibly helpful and responsive, and I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank all of you for that. This is the members of the closing administrator team. Again, I can't do this on my own. Hopefully you'll be able to meet some of these folks before the end of the school year. And now questions and answers.
Thank you, Mr. Kearns.
Apologize for taking so long.
No, well, we appreciate the thoroughness of the work that you've done. I think it's been instrumental in helping us understand the full picture of things. And yeah, so we appreciate that. I see member Dr. Aldaba's hand raised. We'll call on her first.
Thank you so much, Chair. Again, Dr. Aldaba, for the record, given the NRS violations that were noted in this report, what are the potential legal ramifications?
For the parties involved?
Correct.
Samantha, I may kick that to you. I feel very strongly that we need to refer these matters to the appropriate bodies to do further investigation, and whatever the legal ramifications are at the end of their investigation. But I think maybe Samantha's in a better position to speak to that.
Samantha King-Powell, General Counsel of the SPCSA, for the record. Great question. So as you guys probably are well, the SPCSA does not conduct criminal investigations. That's outside the scope of our authority and the authority of the General Counsel Office. However, when they report identified facts suggesting potential use or misuse of public funds and other serious concerns, I have been working closely with the Attorney General's office, and we will be turning over any findings here to the AG's office for further investigation.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think, I know this agenda item is, there's no decisions we can make here, but I think I'm pretty confident, I speak on behalf of the board, that we certainly want to, in our capacity as holding folks accountable, would want to see that investigation come to fruition. So look forward to hearing more about that. Any other questions from board colleagues, either in the boardroom or online? Vice Chair, go ahead.
Vice Chair Whitaker for the record. This is mostly for staff. I was just wondering, it seems kind of crazy to me that the state of the school. And so does the authority ever implement on-site visits when schools get in these type of situations? I just can't remember if we actually did go to the school.
Yeah, so statutorily, we go to schools their first, third, and fifth year of operation. But when a school has identified issues like they're 1 or 2 star or there's other issues, then we go annually. Nevada Prep has been having annual visits, site visits. So, you know, like let's use the elevator for an example, right? Like sometimes we cannot be at these schools every single day. So sometime between our last site visit last school year and now, that happened. Obviously, we don't know when, we don't know for how long that was going on, but we absolutely conduct site visits by statute, and we actually go above and beyond what the statute requires when we have identified concerns like we did here.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Any other questions from board colleagues?
Chair Thigpen, may I ask a question? Thank you. So again, excuse my newness, Member Addis, for the record. I got you. I'm doing it. I have curiosity, and I think I asked to excuse my newness again because this may be a redundant question that has been dealt with in previous board meetings, but it's a question for staff and just kind of an exploratory inquiry. I've heard multiple times in this meeting, and it's very clear to me, like the autonomy in exchange for increased accountability. So thank you for that. And that consistency of messaging is clear. I think my question is, we don't get here in a vacuum. We are in this position with Nevada Prep. And while a lot of it has accelerated very quickly towards the end of the school's tenure, can you speak to the process that the board has followed, that staff have followed up until this point, that has worked to mitigate these circumstances previously, how we address this with schools, how we're supporting schools before they get to this point so that we can continue to ensure that students are being cared for and stewarded in the way that we hope they are in these situations?
For sure. That's a great question. And I want to reiterate on the record that, you know, issues were identified, documented, and referred through the process established in Nevada law to get where we are today. And you're going to see sort of the first step of that process in like 2 agenda items when we start doing financial performance frameworks. And those are our early indications that something is wrong. And that's why we have to take those seriously. And from there, we do things like we issue a notice of concern. And then from there, we issue a notice of breach. We can terminate a charter school. In this case, we knew this school was up for renewal. So, you know, that's a process established in Nevada law that we utilize to address these documented concerns that we had. I will also say that with Nevada Prep specifically, you will remember that they were on a notice of concern, but we were doing a lot of additional oversight, which they agreed to do. And through that process of us really digging in on their like monthly reports that we were requesting, again, that's how we identified, documented, like, oh my gosh, this situation is actually even more egregious than we realized. And then we elevated it to a notice of breach, knowing that we had a non-renewal decision imminent. And then we non-renewed, right? So I do really want to be clear that we documented and followed the processes established in Nevada law once we had issues identified. Now, certainly it feels like it's a slow process, right? Like it feels like, gosh, why couldn't we have gotten in there immediately and done this? But that just is not how the wheels of this process work. Is there's no mechanism in Nevada law for us to like jump in and take over at a moment's notice, right? We have to follow established processes in laws, and that's what we did.
Thank you for that. Member Addis, for the record, I just have one clarifying question. So Nevada Prep was issued a notice of concern, and then they were elevated to a notice of breach. Can you clarify the timeline, just when those two things happened?
Yeah, so going back, not trying to embarrass anyone or anything, but we actually, when we did our fighting, when our recommendation was, when we did the financial notices last year, that 2 years ago, that we elevate them to a notice of breach. The situation clearly had gotten worse. At that time, their school leadership, attorney, their board chair, they came before this board and they put a lot of things on the record that frankly have borne out not to be accurate. And they were very good at selling their story about how they were stellar financially and the cash flow had improved and all of these things. And so ultimately the board at that time did not take staff recommendation, and they voted to just leave them at a notice of concern. Fast forward to the next year, same exact thing happened. At that time, the school, we were recommending notice of breach. Again, same actors came before us and said, don't do this. We're going to be getting a bond. The bond is imminent. It's coming. And then we're going to be able to buy this building. And that's going to mitigate this expensive rent that we have, which is true. The rent was a major problem for them. It was just, the building was too expensive for the number of students they had. So that was true, and that was accurate, that if they had been able to purchase this building and get the rent payment down, they would have been in a better financial spot. So again, the board determined that they would not elevate that to a notice of breach. But at that time, we did put in a bunch of additional oversight, and that's when we were able to really start digging in. Now, none of those things that they said were imminent, like this loan that they were going to get and the bond that they were going to get. I mean, none of those things came to fruition. But we were doing this additional financial oversight. So through that financial oversight, again, the situation was just becoming more and more problematic every month. And so it was ultimately at the same meeting that we non-renewed their charter that we elevated the notice of breach. It was agendized in the previous meeting, but that meeting got canceled because of the special session. So just kind of waylaid that decision by a month. But nonetheless, that's sort of how it shook out, if you will.
I just do want to add one thing, is that when Nevada Prep came to this board with the promise of a bond, they had a lender sit before this body and indicate that their financials were in a good position and the lender would provide them with the bond. And we did do some research into the potential bond agreements, and it would not have been a bond that would have been productive to the school's financial oversight because of the interest payments associated with the bonds. And I do just also want to put on the record for schools that, similar to us as people, there will always be entities that are willing to lend us money, but it's really important to look to determine if the consequences of receiving that money outweigh the receipt of that money in the immediate future. So there was a representative from Raymond James who appeared before this board and indicated that yes, the school was on track to receive the bond. And I do think that's really important for schools to think about and consider as they consider bond deals to potentially buy their building. Because schools are funded by the state and state funding is incredibly reliable, there are always going to be entities that are willing to take advantage of that.
Thank you. Chair, may I ask one additional question?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Member Addis, for the record. Can you clarify? So you mentioned, and I heard you say the board opted not to follow staff's recommendation to elevate Nevada Prep to a notice of breach sooner. However, you implemented, or the staff implemented, additional oversight regardless. Can you clarify the difference in the level of oversight that would have taken place had they been elevated sooner, and how that may have impacted the situation?
Sure. I was just going to say, in fairness to the board, I don't know that the timeline would have changed much, to be honest. What we would have, the oversight that we would have done when they were elevated to a notice of breach, we were doing it. We started doing that level of oversight anyway, actually above and beyond what we would even do for a typical notice of breach. So ultimately, it didn't ultimately have a massive impact on the timeline. It would have, yeah, I mean, I'll just stop there.
I can add to that to help from the board perspective too. And I think Chair Thigpen, for the record, the running theme in all of this, because I've been here the whole time throughout all of this, I was vice chair during that time, was obviously we want to do everything we can to help our schools remain open. You know, we don't want more students displaced or anything like that. We had some closures previously that had occurred, which some of these students have come to this school from those closures. And so that is certainly the interest of the board. And so to what Director McAdin said, you know, they came before us, presented some compelling cases of, I think the first time, you know, they had said, we're going to get this grant money, and that's going to really help us get out of the hole. Well, the next meeting, they didn't get the grant money. They, you know, really wanted to avoid the notice of breach, and their talking points were, if we get a notice of breach, we won't get XYZ to get us out of the hole, to pay Nevada PERS and all of that. And so each time it kind of was kicking the can down the road, but they still had compelling points of like, we'll get the bond money and we'll have all of this. And the leadership at the time, when they first came before us 2 years ago, you know, were kind of relatively new. So we had, and they also had a good pedigree and track record of success. And so we trusted that they could turn things around. I will say staff has done a stellar job over the last 2 years of keeping us apprised of what's going on. Even though we did not take the recommendations at the time, you know, they did it. We were able to at least negotiate those stipulations under the, if they're remaining under a notice of concern, well, what does that look like? Because we need to still have a full picture of what's going on. We need to have that oversight. And the John Hanel and the board chair at the Times agreed to those things, but then afterwards they would be kicking and screaming with staff to meet the monthly reporting requirements, which is, I think, far and beyond what we normally do. And so staff has done everything they can. I know they've worked additional hours on this over the last 2 years, and we appreciate that. But, and it's unfortunate we are where we are. I will say we gave them every opportunity over the last 2 years, probably more than I've seen in my time on the board, to kind of turn things around. And so at the last meeting, when their attorney said to us that we haven't helped them in any way possible, and that's not true. And so we, it's a very unfortunate circumstance. And I think, again, we as a board really wanted to hope that things would turn around. We took them at their word that, and even the bond guy who showed up at the meeting and told us, yeah, this is going to happen, we felt kind of reassured, like they got the guy here, you know, it sounds like it's going to come to fruition. And it really feels like it was just tactics to delay until we got to where we are. So I think there's a lot of lessons learned here for sure from the board. And so, yeah, I hope other schools listening will take note that we likely will not be going down that kind of road again in the future.
Thank you. I appreciate the clarity from both the board and from staff.
Supposed to ask for more questions. Any other questions from board colleagues? Seeing none, I'm just seeing if I had any other questions for Mr. Kern that I had written down. One question I have, I'm not sure if it's for Mr. Kern or for Chief Counsel. Mr. Kern, you mentioned the critical needs towards the end of your presentation about rent relief, which it sounds like you're in negotiations with, and then the court-appointed receivership. I know this agenda item is not for us to approve anything today, so I wasn't clear if there's anything needed from the board side to approve anything of that nature. It's primarily the court-appointed receivership.
Melissa Mackinnon for the record. So just thanks for asking. That's actually a great question. That actually isn't going to require board action. And I was going to say member King Powell. Mrs. King Powell has already started drafting that motion so that we can get it filed early next week to convert that to the court appointed receiver. But Sam, if there's something you want to add to that, by all means.
Samantha King Powell, General Counsel for the record. That's correct. We are in the process of getting that written and filled out and submitted to the court for Josh to become the court appointed receiver.
Okay, thank you very much for clarifying that. That's all the questions. I think I'll just say again, this is really unfortunate circumstances that we have found ourselves in. I think our interest is just making sure that the school remains open for the rest of the year. Students are fed, they're getting educated every day, and that we're meeting those standards, which are honestly bare minimum standards of any school. So I'm probably a bit more livid than you can tell on screen about the circumstances and the information you've shared. But I appreciate you, Mr. Kern, and your team for what they're doing to level the ship a little bit, and for all the very detailed information you provided. I think transparency is crucial to the work that we do. I think we've lacked transparency from the school up until now, and so having this information helps us move forward in confidence that we can do better. Hang on one second.
Sure,
Mr. Kern, one other thing. Can you explain the roles of your team members as well and their involvement in this process?
Absolutely. So there's, in addition to myself, there's three other members of the 10 Square team who are providing significant support to Nevada Prep. One of them is on site today, Larita Williams. She is working very closely with school leadership on academic matters, on issues of culture at the school. We also have another person who's providing a similar service, Dr. Alexandra Pardo. And both of these individuals are, I hope that more members of the staff and board have a chance to meet them, because they're really exceptional. And also equally exceptional, Jana Lee is helping with especially with the grants. There's a lot of monies that have not been procured by the school because of just mismanagement of the grants program, and Jana Lee is stepping in to make sure that all of the monies that are due to the school will be received by the end of the school year.
Thank you, Mr.
Essentially, there is a lot of support that is required to keep this school open. As great as many of the folks are, there's just a lack of both of people and of expertise that is necessary to operate a school at Nevada Prep, and so these folks and perhaps more are needed to just keep the doors open and to provide the education that the students deserve.
Thank you, Mr. Kern. And I know we've gone back and forth a lot with questions today. I just wanted to ask if you had any closing remarks before we move on to the next agenda.
I would just say one thing in closing, which is because the last few minutes, I know there was a lot of questions and concern about the process and how things got to where they are and what could be done differently. And all of that, like kind of post-mortem analysis, I think is very healthy and important. But I would also say and encourage folks this is a very difficult process. I mean, this is, when you close a school, it's essentially like death penalty for a school and the people that are associated with it. And no board, no authorizing board comes to that decision lightly. It's an extraordinarily difficult decision to make. And oftentimes, even with similar fact patterns, boards struggle much more than this one in making the ultimate decision. And I think, they're more than anything, I want to deliver the message that this board made the right decision. I think, a timely decision. And the things that we're uncovering now, I think would be very difficult for anyone to know in a position other than the position that I'm in, which is, basically a receivership type position. So I don't think you should beat yourself up so much. This is, a difficult situation. I think the board handled it very well. And most importantly, and I think the point that we should remember more than anything else, the board made the right decision.
Thank you, Mr. Kern. And I regret I didn't notice Member Addis had her hand up, so I'm going to call on her for a final question.
Thank you, Chair Thigpen. Member Addis, for the record. Mr. Kern, you brought up a good point that sadly was not top of mind because we've been talking about the financial situation at the school. Can either you or staff clarify? Obviously, there have been some financial challenges that have gotten us to this point with the school, but the academic challenges that the school has been experiencing over the last several years, have those contributed to the school's ability to kind of dig themselves out of this situation? And can we talk about what potential remediation for those challenges? I know there will be a presentation moving forward from AMS, so I know that's part of it, obviously, but can you just clarify and shed a little bit more light on that situation as well?
Yeah, I think I would love the opportunity to come back before this board before the end of the school year and talk very specifically about the state of the academic program at the school and the things that we've uncovered, and also the things that we're doing to assist the school throughout the rest of the school year. I mean, honestly, that's another like 30-minute-ish presentation, and it'd be very difficult in just a minute or so to get into it. So I think it's absolutely an important question. It's the right question, and I would just ask that you allow me to come back before the board and give a more thorough answer to it at a later time.
Thank you, Mr. Kern. Member Addis, for the record, can I ask, is there anything that staff can contribute to that conversation around missed academic benchmarks and missed growth benchmarks that potentially could have limited the school's ability to pursue additional financing for what they were looking for, things like that? Just
100%. That is such a great question. It's like this isn't your first day. The reality is that their academic outcomes are really what stopped them from getting that loan and getting that bond deal done, right? Like, we knew those people weren't going to do anything if those schools' ratings didn't improve academically, and they didn't improve, and that's why those deals didn't move forward. So certainly academics do affect financing in the charter space. Generally, people who are lending to charter schools are looking very closely at their their academic outcomes, because they understand that things like non-renewal are very real, and that termination is very real. And so yes, that absolutely can impact that. And I know Josh is punting, and rightly so, on the academic, because it's a really big lift. But I do just want to put on the record that we have had multiple conversations with him about that. We're aware of the situation on the ground. We are aware he's not giving himself enough credit either. He's put a lot of things into play to help improve the situation. I will just shout out AMS is already lending their support to that, putting their team on the ground. I don't want to steal their thunder for their presentation, but to help with professional development and those sorts of things. So certainly agree with Mr. Kern that it warrants a longer conversation, but do just want to put on the record that there are a lot of efforts going on that front to improve the situation just in the short term between now and the end of the year. And then if I can, Chair Thigpen, I do also just want to put on the record, our thanks to 10 Square. I think when Josh has been a reliable partner for us for a long time. And I think when we came to him with this, he said yes, maybe not fully understanding the depth of the situation. And I hope it doesn't help make us lose credibility or make him not want to say yes if we ever call on him again. But certainly have appreciated working with him and his team and their expertise. They're just a class act and they really know what they're doing. And right along with that, I know Josh said it, but I also really want to shout out like the SPCSA staff, right? I'm going to just use one example. There's many, but I'm going to use one. Of course, I think it's easy for the board and the public to see, Samantha, myself, Dr. Broughton. Those are like the obvious staff members who are involved in helping. So I'm just going to use one example. Nevada Prep had not submitted any of their reimbursements for their grants. And Josh immediately recognized the problem. He got his grants expert on the ground, but on the backside, the SPCSA grants team stepped up and they were like, we'll do it for they are putting forth and going above and beyond and doing things that aren't normal operating procedures for us to help ensure that all of that grant money can be allocated appropriately, legally, help the school get to the finish line. And so, while I'm calling out the grants unit specifically, because that's the one that's at the front of my mind, the staff as a whole is really working hard to support Josh and his team to get the school to the finish line of this school year, so that AMS is, so that they're around and they can take over the school. So thank you very much to 10 Square, the whole team, and look forward to the partnership, these next few months.
Thank you, Member Addis, for the record. I just want to express my gratitude as well. I asked my question in the spirit of hope, I think. I think that there has been a lot about the situation that has potentially left members of the board, members of the community, and especially members of the school feeling a bit hopeless about the future. And so tying together the possibility of academic growth with a transition to a new situation for the school, as well as talking about the work that 10 Square and staff have done to start getting the financial matters of the school in order. I'm hopeful that as we continue these conversations, we can move forward in a spirit of hope and really help the students realize how important they are to us, the community, and the body at large, or the community at large. So I'm really grateful, and thank you for letting me dive right in. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Member Addis, and I echo those sentiments. I think our only option is to move forward, and we have to do so with confidence that we're all doing the right thing. And I think staff is doing a great job and working with Mr. Kern and his team to do so. Okay, I will go ahead and we'll close agenda item number 7. We thank you, Mr. Kern, and I'm going to call a 10-minute convenience break and take in my position as chair to do so, so we can cleanse our mental palate a little bit, and also I need to get some water. So we'll come back at 11:13 a.m. Thank you. All right, thank you very much. It is now 11:13 a.m. Chair Thigpen for the record. We'll call the meeting back to order. We are going to kick off agenda item number 8, Academies of Math and Science application to form a charter school. Back to you, Director McAdam.
All right. As the board is aware, this body approved the Academies of Math and Science, or AMS, as a proven provider with a demonstrated turnaround experience at the December 12, 2025 board meeting. Following this approval, AMS was asked to submit a plan for the restart specific to Nevada Preparatory Charter School, or Nevada Prep. SPCSA staff has reviewed that plan and are recommending the approval of AMS as the restart provider for Nevada Prep. That said, representatives of the school are here to outline that plan and answer any questions you may have. I think they're better suited to talk about it than I am. So I will turn the time over to them. I know their presentation is up on the screen, but we're not seeing it on the RTVs yet. So it's up on the computer at the dais where they're sitting, but we're not seeing it yet. There we go. I knew that IT gods were listening and they were going to take care of it. Thank you. They'll bring it back, I think, once they're done talking. So go ahead and introduce yourselves and then they'll bring it back.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be before the authority again and staff members. My name is Brandy Adams. I'm the Chief Operations Officer for AMS. And with me today, I have Katie Dieterman. She is the CFO for AMS, and Christina Winters, who serves as the Chief Academic Officer, Superintendent. And then I also have an esteemed group of ladies with me who have agreed to, if approved today, act on our board, and I'll be introducing them a little bit later. So we appreciate the opportunity to speak with you this morning. And I think all can acknowledge that after Mr. Kern's report, it's a little bit sobering, but I hope that after our report, we all feel a little happier. So that's our goal at the end of this 15 minutes. Here's a brief agenda for how we'd like to spend our time, a roadmap for our presentation, but we're just going to get right into it. So again, we are part of the AMS executive team. I also do want to acknowledge in the room our CEO, Eric Greenberg, is here, and Robert Biggs, our CIO. So this is our entire executive team, and we're here to answer any questions and tell you all about AMS again. So I'd like to highlight really every successful organization has a North Star that guides everything they do. And at the end of the day, it's really our vision at AMS that guides every move we make. So what we want to do is to provide the best education in the best environment. And if it doesn't align with that, we don't do it. So how we check ourselves is we have some strategic priorities that are outlined on this slide. And so we provide the best education in the best environment by having A-rated schools, or in Nevada, 5-star schools. We want to make sure that we're fully enrolled and that we're fully staffed. And we want to focus on growth and development for all of our staff and students. So those are our strategic priorities that drive us and keep us in check, quite frankly. And we do all of this by living our values on a daily basis. We always do whatever it takes, act with honor, be vulnerable, candid, and kind in our interactions. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Winters.
Good morning, Christina Winters, Chief Academic Officer. Today, I'd like to talk to you about our plan for exactly what you were speaking on today, is how are we going to give these students in this community what they deserve, which is an opportunity to academically succeed. So I love this slide because it essentially sums up exactly what Brandy was speaking about of our best education, best environment. And along with that, we also include what definitely needs to be put in place is best practices as well. So when we are opening our school and what we are looking for, in my experience as a leader at a school campus and as the organization, is we want to see safe students feeling safe, not just emotionally, but also physically, along with our staff as well. We also want to have effective educators. It's very important to us that we are training up our teachers, and not just our teachers, but everybody that's on campus. We are working with all the way down to our paraprofessionals, our teachers, and also providing professional development for our school leaders. We do that with a robust academic team that works with AMS, that we have directors with all the core contents along with our electives. We have built out a framework for instruction for every grade level, every content and elective area that is driven by state standards. State standards is our curriculum. And then we use our research-based resources to support that curriculum to drive that academic excellence. We also believe in professional development ongoing. We often think of it like a football game. If I was a coach and my team was running in the wrong direction, I'm not going to stop and wait until next practice to address that. We're going to call the timeout. We're going to assess, train, and reset at the moment. And so we believe really strongly on those weekly times for teachers and professional development, along with during their collaboration time built into the school day. And then for our leaders, we have weekly principal meetings, and along with full day monthly collaborations for all of our principals throughout the organization and our assistant principals. Finally, what we really believe for this is strong community environment, which I will actually wait for Brandy to join. So if you go to the next slide. So how do we do all this, or what's the plan? How are we going to roll that out? So we have a phased approach. And one thing that I am really excited about is that although this is a new charter, we do recognize the community that already exists there and deserves a quote restart. So that's why we call this the restart plan. Phase 1 is stabilize, reset, and rebuild. And because of our positive relationship that we have with you and with 10 Square and the community already at Nevada Prep, we've already started phase 1, and we'll be able to continue phase 1 now instead of waiting until summer or the next year. So I'm really excited to show that the stabilize, the reset, the rebuild is going to happen now with the professional development, and phase 2 now can start right away in the summer and the beginning of the school year. You'll see phase 2, we call it explicit and aligning with our practices. We're executing, but this is when we're giving very explicit time to this is what it should look like. These are expectations. These are SOPs. And we often do throughout that inspections of what we expect, and we monitor, adjust, and retrain within that phase 2. With the ultimate of getting to our phase 3, which is sustain and excel, where everything that we talked about in phase 2 is now embedded. Those expectations are just part of the academic excellent culture that is at our schools. And ultimately, what we're working towards is getting 3 stars and above, 5 ultimately, with our charter. And so we always set goals, and I'm actually going to start at the bottom of that chart, because I think that that's how we get to the academic excellence. We believe throughout our organization that we want to retain students. Student retention not only continues the growth, but also the culture doesn't need to reset every year with new expectations. They create the culture, they set the climate as we return them. So it is an expectation, a goal, that we have 90% student retention at all of our schools. It doesn't change regarding wherever we're at. We aim for this, as well as staff retention. We know that if we can retain
good quality staff, that academic excellence will continue. And in order to do that retention, we know teachers will stay where they're getting that support and where they're getting that growth and able to feel success. And then when we have those components, students that want to be at school and teachers who want to come to work and feel like they're safe and can grow, that's where the academic data begins to show. So you will see in that first column that their ELA proficiency on the SPAC was 27%, average with the math at 12%. We have the year one goals set, and we believe that the growth can happen relatively quickly in year one. And then the year two and year three are in line with state averages and above. We very strongly believe that with following our proven academic model that we can reach these goals within the first 3 years.
Moving on to the operational plan, we'd like to first start out highlighting our plan for governance. And I think that that's a really timely message to discuss today, given previous discussions. So we have proposed board members, as I mentioned before, already in place and ready to go. So that would be myself, Yolanda Mationg, Lindsay Kilburn, and Tiffany Howard, which again, the three ladies are here. We do have a fifth person who has agreed to serve on the board, and we're just working on getting some of those details ironed out. But we acknowledge the importance of a strong board that is going to help this restart be successful. And to highlight that, and I really appreciate Yolanda for doing that. She wants to actually speak very briefly about what she's learned about AMS in the time that we've been engaging. These ladies actually have been in the process of working with us and learning about AMS for months now as we've prepared to come into Nevada. So I'd like to invite her up and let her share with you just some thoughts she's prepared.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for your time today. I have been working with AMS for about a year now on their partnership community development side of things. And I've been in Vegas for 13 years now, and I met a lot of the team virtually. It was really important to me when they offered this opportunity to be on the board to actually see a school in person. As you all said earlier about Nevada Prep and the things that were shown before you, for lack of a better term, things can be faked, right? So I'm like, I want to see a school, I want to walk through a school, and I want to talk to staff. I had the opportunity to do that, and I went to 3 different campuses. I was pleasantly surprised and impressed by a couple of different things. One is when I walked through those schools, they all felt the same. It did not feel like this is one campus acting independently versus a second versus a third. You can tell that the processes, everything from being checked in, I had to be ID'd, I was run through a scanner every single time, staff didn't leave me. I walked through and was able to see classroom instruction. I was able to see their lunch space, food being provided. I was able to see kids out at PE. And then unbeknown to them, I did ask to speak to all 3 principals. I did not let them know the questions that I would be asking. And I was happy to see that one principal has been with the organization for 13 years, one for 9 and one for 8. All 3 have grown up through AMS in various positions, and all 3 had success in the retention rate and students that returned year after year. One of the questions that I had asked with all 3 after being in education for some time, not only with AMS, but prior to, is why AMS? Why do you stay here? And all 3 gave pretty much the same response of AMS is always looking to what's best for the staff and what's best for the students and how do we continuously evolve. Very transparent and saying that not every single time it's a hit, but you have to do that, as we all know, right? It's not all perfection. The other thing that I wanted to look at after being in this community and in my own personal role, what I do, I know that the communities that have LMI families are all different, and that also requires a charter that's going to come in and to be able to address those needs. Happy to say that the schools that I was toured were very representative of our West Side, of the Nellis community, and the schools have experience in dealing and supporting the families and the youth that are from those communities. So I am really happy with the time I've been able to spend with AMS and learn about them and actually see it, feel it. I think you all know and would probably agree that we do not always have the best charter programs or people in academics to support the needs of the community, but I feel like AMS can really turn this around for you all. Thank you.
Thank you. So again, we just want to highlight that having a involved local board is really critical to us. Yolanda comes with extensive HR experience and also not-for-profit management, which is great. Tiffany serves in the role of having expertise in teaching, and Lindsay is a parent, along with, of course, a ton of other helpful skill sets. So we are excited to have a board that's involved and passionate about what we do. The graph on here just outlines the governance structure that is set up. So AMS School Nevada and this board of directors is obviously going to be working in partnership with AMS National, but most importantly with the school principal, and working together in these turnaround efforts. So to that end, obviously staffing is something that's on our minds right now. And so we're following that same phased approach. To Christina's point, we've had the opportunity to spend time at the campus already. And so we're already evaluating needs and looking at what things might work well at the campus. And hopefully we will be moving quickly in the hiring process. As you all know, now is the season to get the good teachers, and we're committed to ensuring that we have the best staff on site. I do also want to highlight that we've already spoken with Nevada Prep staff and encouraged them all that if you're interested in being part of AMS, please reapply. But all staff will have to go through a rigorous selection process. They've all been told that because you work here now is in no way a guarantee you will work here next year. So everyone will be evaluated using the same processes, expectations, and procedures in that selection process. So our ultimate goal obviously is to be open and ready to go in the fall to serve students. So obviously a huge piece of this is hiring an effective school leader, and we are committed to finding a leader that has turnaround expertise. That's really critical in this situation, and someone with proven leadership experience. A turnaround campus is not the time for a new leader to cut their teeth, if you will. So we will be looking for someone with a lot of skill set in the areas of need. So that's very important to us. Obviously, someone who has a mind for compliance as well is something we'll be looking for. We promise. Yes. So I do want to highlight something that I'll calm myself down, I promise, and not talk too much about this, but this is truly my heart when it comes to our schools. Our commitment to community engagement is strong. We care about education, obviously, and we care about, strong teachers and all the things that a school has to have, but a community school is what we're really after. We want AMS Nellis to be a community hub in this neighborhood. We want parents to feel like it's a place to go for resources. This community does have some unique needs, and we'd like to be able to fill those. We want kids to feel like just this is their community base. And we want everyone to know who we are and how we can help and be seen as a service in the community. So I love this picture. This is a a screenshot or a picture of an annual resource fair that we hold in our Phoenix schools each year. And this actually doesn't even do it justice. There were, probably close to 100 booths for community leaders, community resources, health, financial, you name it, to set up information locations for parents who needed assistance in certain areas. We give out, I think in our last resource fair, we gave out free laptops that a nonprofit donated. We'd do free haircuts, free immunizations. I think 1 year we had them checking baby seats in cars to make sure that, it's kind of runs the gamut of resources, but this is the kind of thing that we want to bring to AMS Nellis and ensure is a part of their DNA moving forward. So that's something we're extremely passionate about. And this is just an example in Arizona over the years, what we've been able to build as far as deep relationships with community partners who do amazing things for us and help motivate our kids. It's really wonderful. So with that, I'm sure this is a fun topic for Katie to talk about too. Today, I'd like to turn it over to Katie Dieterman to talk about our financial plan.
Hi, good morning. Katie Dieterman, Chief Financial Officer for AMS. If approved, our financial priorities will be to submit a balanced and sustainable budget that will prioritize any needed building improvements, as well as balance the funding of the key academic and operational initiatives. We'll also focus on implementing financial policies and procedures to establish internal controls and appropriate segregation of duties. As an experienced operator, this infrastructure is built within our current systems. So that's not something that would need to be built over a period of time. It would be immediate. And lastly, we will slowly rebuild public trust through appropriate financial transparency and stakeholder communication. So with that,
my esteemed colleague just reminded me that I think I went too quickly over the staffing plan. I just want to point out, I'm going to go back. We'll just back it up. That it's really important to us. I think I'm just so excited about our board members being here that I skipped over. We do intend to have local leadership here at the site. I think we will all acknowledge we all live and are from Arizona, right? It is a very short flight to be here. However, nothing takes the place of on-site leadership. So in addition to hiring a principal, immediately we'll also be hiring a director of schools, and then following that, as highlighted here, the yellow positions would be an operations manager and some curriculum specialists that would be here located in the area. So site level assistance and support will be here. So thank you, Christina. So with that, we'd love to answer questions. It's very hard. We were timing ourselves. We kept it to 21 minutes and we could talk about ourselves all day. So if you have questions, by all means.
Thank you very much for the presentation, Chair Thigpen, for the record. I think it might be poignant as well to hear from the prospective board members, if I may, and since they're here, and since the previous school had so many issues with their board, I think it would be on our best interest to just hear from them, kind of their thinking about joining this board and restarting this school.
I guess go first. So what was interesting to me about AMS?
Be sure to state
Sorry, Yolanda Madiong. So I'm the current Chief Development Officer for the Boys and Girls Clubs of Southern Nevada. And the reason why I do what I do there is pretty much the same reason why I wanted to be a part of this process. Every day I see kids that are behind grade level and struggling. And a lot of the youth we service are predominantly LMI families. And when I learned about AMS and was introduced, it was very appealing to know that there is a charter school and an organization that has the same principles as Boys and Girls Clubs of Southern Nevada. Personally, it's mission-driven work for me either way. So my mother had me extremely young. I didn't grow up in the best neighborhoods. Most of, my uncles, quite frankly, either ended up dead or in jail. And I always wondered if there was a school system or if there was a Boys and Girls Club, would things be different? And I know in Nevada and the communities that we have with the LMIs and just various challenges, we need more educators that are in it for the right reason.
Thank you. Lindsay Kilburn. I am a lead consultant here in town for an Asian brokerage. I have lived here for 20 years, but I am from Nevada. So I'm from Reno up north. My daughter is 11. She's been obviously in the community for a very long time, but I have a huge drive to work in the nonprofit sector, but in a volunteer role. So in addition to my everyday life, and I like to incorporate her in that. And through that process over the years, I've seen the struggles that children have specifically when it comes to not getting the resources that they need that we can provide as a community. So for me, I think I take more of a role as a parent, that putting myself in the position of wanting my daughter to have those resources. Every child deserves to have those resources. And I think AMS can deliver that with the right leadership here in the state, as well as with the right staff at the schools. And they seem to represent that extremely well. And I've taken a lot of time to research AMS and what they do with all their other campuses outside of the state. And I think that they have a great business model in the sense of financials, financial health, how you would want to, and I don't have an education background, so I'm coming from more of a parent, and so for me, it's really, it's the proof is in the pudding, they say. So I've been able to have access to a lot of the things that I'm allowed to have access to without being an appointed board member with your approval. So we hope to be a huge resource here to help get to school where they deserve to be. And all these students, especially the ones that have been displaced numerous times, eventually, what do you do? So thank you.
Hi, I'm Tiffany Howard, currently an educator at Founders Classical. I teach fourth. I liked AMS for their vision and mission. I have worked only in Nevada as a teacher, and I have been at 2 schools that had just recently started. Those I see on your list to come to talk about too. I really liked AMS, and I feel that I can back it because I love the thought of the community school. I grew up in California, and I had to go to the zoned schools of where we live. And so I am a product of public school, and I like that Nevada is a choice school. So the parents choose to place their children at this school. And I'm young and I haven't had any kids yet, but I would choose to put my child at an AMS school because of what they do. And I like it a lot, what they do. Sorry, I'm nervous, but yeah, those are my thoughts.
Fine, I put you on the spot. Thank you all. Before I bring it to the board for questions for you all and for AMS as a whole, I will ask you all saw what we had to talk about today, very heavy stuff. We certainly have an eye towards the future and wanting to make sure that the things of the past aren't repeated. I think I just want to emphasize the role of the board for a school. You have the fiduciary responsibility to make sure that things are handled appropriately and all of that. So I would encourage you all, if this proceeds, to take advantage of all the trainings possible. Our staff provides trainings to new schools, as well as any training that AMS provides. But to really, take this role by the horns, you have a monumental task ahead of you in turning things around with this community that is unique. I don't think in the 4 years I've been on this board I've seen a situation like this, and it's unfortunate, but it also presents opportunities for renewal and growth that I think you all can play a pivotal role in. So one question I had, I was looking at the documents online in terms of board positions. At the moment, I just see a president in terms of specifics, and the rest of you are listed as members. Do you have plans to clarify roles? I think that's going to be very, very important in your future, especially a treasurer with the financial issues that this current school has experienced.
Member Thigpen, I can jump in really quick there. We're working very closely with the team, and it's actually one of the conditions that you'll see in the motion today, that they have a fully constituted Nevada board in compliance with Nevada law by a set date, which right now I think is April 1st, but don't quote me on that. But it's in the board motion. So we are working with them on that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, well, with that said, I will bring it back to the board for any questions before we look at the motion ahead of us. Any board colleagues in the boardroom have questions? Member Addis, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Member Addis, for the record, I had a question about facilities. This plan seems reliant upon the facility that currently exists. Should things not pan out the way we hope, with rent relief and things like that, is there a backup facility plan for AMS to come into the market?
It's funny you should ask that. We have some plans to tour additional facilities today, but ultimately our hope is to remain in the current building that is obviously comes with some challenges that Katie and Eric are working through, but we're aware of the need for a backup plan and are exploring some other options. I don't know, Katie, if you have any other thoughts on that or no?
We did have some inspectors out yesterday to perform an inspection on behalf of AMS of the current facility. So we'll review those findings as well as speak with the building owner if approved and work towards a deal that's agreeable to all.
Thank you. You actually answered my follow-up question too, so I appreciate you.
Any questions for board colleagues online? Not seeing any hands raised. I will ask a question, Chair Thigpen, for the record. I know you mentioned I love the presentation, by the way, very well thought out, especially with all the challenges before us. I'm curious about community engagement as it currently sits. I think we have a lot of families who are just concerned about the future, right? And they're trying to make plans for next school year and all of that. Have you already started engaging with families, or is that kind of contingent upon next steps?
Yes, Brandy Adams, for the record, with Melissa's permission, we have already been engaging not only with staff, but also with parents. We actually had a parent event last night that we all attended. And we had a decent turnout. I would guess there was maybe about 50 people there in attendance. And it was a positive meeting. As you can imagine, the parents there have heard one side of a story, and they're understandably very upset about their community school, going through this turmoil. I will say that one thing that is unbelievably apparent when you walk through that school, the teachers love those kids and the kids love the school. And they really want to make sure that remains, right? And so they're scared of any disruption sort of ruining that really, really cool vibe they've got going on. And so, some parents were understandably angry and frustrated. But I think that more than anything else, that comes from just a place of concern for their kids. And so I think we were able to answer a lot of questions and maybe share some realities with them and point out how some of their, thought processes might need to shift and understand why the change needs to happen, because ultimately that school is closing, right? And so it feels sad, and sometimes it's easy to take out your frustration at the people that are coming in, but we really wanted to impress upon them that what we really care about is keeping this community school open, and taking some of the things that are great about Nevada Prep and continuing them while infusing some AMS structure. And so it was a really positive meeting, and we intend to continue to do those throughout the next couple of months, to have the opportunity to engage with as many parents as possible.
Awesome, thank you. All right, anything from board colleagues? Seeing none, I think this is for possible action. I'm struggling to find the recommended motion on the website. When I open this one, oh, it's that one. It's the final version 2. Okay, that's like in my industry. Final. Okay, say Tynos. Okay, it's on page 4 of the restart application approval, final version 2. So I'm looking for a motion.
Member Holmes Sutton, may I?
Yes, you may. Thank you, Member Holmes Sutton.
I make the motion to approve Academies of Math and Science as the restart provider for Nevada Preparatory Charter Schools, subject to the execution of a new charter contract and completion of all pre-opening requirements and conditions. Unique conditions include: 1, by April 1st, 2026, establish a board in full compliance with the requirements of NRS 388A.320. 2, by May 1st, 2026, provide evidence that a school leader has been identified and hired at a public meeting compliant with Nevada Open Meeting Law, NRS 241. 3, by June 1st, 2026, provide evidence that the board has approved a CMO contract that outlines the specific roles and responsibilities of all parties during the incubation period and through the original terms of the contract. This contract must be in compliance with all relevant Nevada laws and regulations. 4, by June 1st, 2026, submit a fully executed lease or purchase agreement for the facility. 5, by June 8th, 2026, submit a board-approved final budget that includes revenue based on the fully enrolled student count at the time of the board approval and accurately incorporates expenses, including facility cost. 6, at the conclusion of the new enrollment audit in 2026, provide evidence that AMS Nellis has at least 400 students enrolled for the 2026-2027 school year, beg your pardon. And 7, complete the SPCSA pre-opening process for new charter schools, which includes meeting document submission deadlines as required by SPCSA staff, participating in required trainings, and attending monthly meetings.
Thank you, Member Holmes Sutton. Do I have a second?
Member Addis, I'll second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Congratulations and thank you. All right, we are now moving on to agenda item number 9, financial performance framework ratings for the 2024-2025 fiscal year. And this is with Dr. Broughton.
All right, is the screen being shared? Cool. All right, good morning, Chair Thigpen, Vice Chair Whitaker, members of the SPCSA Authority Board. My name is Katie Broughton, and I serve as the Director of Authorizing for the SPCSA. Today, I am here to present the financial performance framework ratings for fiscal year 2025. We will start today's presentation with information about the financial performance ratings. Once the ratings are adopted by the board, we will move to action for eligible charter holders based upon performance on the financial performance framework for FY 2025. This version of the financial performance framework that was in place for FY 2025 includes 13 metrics across 3 categories: near-term financial measures, sustainability measures, and financial management and oversight. There are 4 to 5 measures within each of these categories that are meant to measure the financial viability in the short and long term of the charter school. Each charter holder received a meet standard, does not meet standard, or falls far below standard rating on each of the 13 metrics. Generally, a meet standard rating means that the charter holder is performing well in that indicator and has met or exceeded SPCSA standards. A does not meet standard rating indicates that there may be some concerns within this specific metric. And a falls far below standard rating indicates that the charter holder has failed to meet minimum expectations by a significant margin within the indicator. Schools earning 4 or more does not meet standard ratings, or 1 or more falls far below standard ratings, are eligible for the issuance, continuation, or elevation of a financial notice on the performance framework. This slide shows the different thresholds for each rating within the FY 2025 financial performance framework. Please note that I do note that this table is difficult to read on the slide, but it is included in the individual memos for each school that is eligible for action on the financial performance framework today. This year, we received 48 out of 50 audits on or near the statutory deadline of December 1st, which for the record is a new SPCSA record, and we're thrilled about it. We ran those audits through the financial performance framework and sent preliminary results to each charter holder for review. Charter holders had the opportunity to validate the data and provide any response regarding certain exemptions or other considerations outlined in the technical guide. SPCSA staff made adjustments to the rating when appropriate and in line with the technical guide. Based upon final ratings, SPCSA staff communicated with charter holders that were eligible for action about the proposed action happening at today's board meeting, and they should all be here to speak and answer any questions you may have. As I previously mentioned, charter holders received a rating in each of the 13 indicators. As previously mentioned, 1 falls far below standard rating, or 4 or more does not meet standard ratings, make a school eligible for the issuance, continuation, or escalation of a notice on the financial performance framework. This slide provides some high-level results over the SPCSA portfolio related to each of the indicators. It is clear here that the vast majority of schools earned meet standard ratings in each of the 13 indicators. The debt to asset ratio is the indicator that saw the most does not meet standard or falls far below standard ratings. There were also a high number of schools earning a does not meet standard rating in debt or lease service coverage ratio. In summary of the overall ratings, out of 42 charter holders in the SPCSA portfolio that were evaluated so far in FY 2025, 32 earned primarily meet standard ratings, indicating the school is generally viable in the short and long term. I will note that one of the schools that that's not counted in those 32, it closed at the end of FY 2025. SPCSA staff also included the Clark County School District transfer schools results in the analysis. Because these schools were not in the SPCSA portfolio during fiscal year 2025, their results are informational only. However, we believed it was important for transparency for the schools to see those results and for those results to be shared here today. Generally, the schools performed well on the near-term measures, but did have more does not meet standard and falls far below standard ratings in the sustainability measures. Out of the 6 charter holders that transferred from Clark County School District in FY 2025, 4 earned primarily meet standard ratings, indicating the school is generally viable in the short and long term, and 2 schools would be eligible for action if the schools had been in the SPCSA portfolio during FY 2025. This slide provides an overview of the proposed action that will occur in the later agenda items. Each school will be its own agenda item, but this provides sort of a holistic view of what we're looking at. If the board goes with SPCSA staff recommendation today, it would leave 5 schools with a notice of concern or a notice of breach. For schools recommended for a notice of concern, the notice is intended to signal to the school's governing board that the FY 2025 financial metrics do not meet SPCSA standard. Governing boards are expected to develop and implement a plan to improve the school's financial position. For schools recommended for a notice of breach, SPCSA staff will work collaboratively with the school to establish a plan for ongoing financial oversight that is appropriate given the school's current financial condition and operational plans. I will just make one note here that Southern Nevada Trades High School, their financial ratings do make them eligible for a financial notice. They are not on the agenda today, but we will discuss their financial performance at a future SPCSA board meeting. I will also note Democracy Prep is another school we don't have their final audit yet. So their ratings will also go before this board, and any potential action that they would be eligible for would be at a future SPCSA board meeting. So before we get into any of the individual schools' actions, are there any questions on the framework or processes generally?
Thank you, Dr. Broughton. Any questions from board colleagues, either online or in the boardroom? Looks like none. And I know this is agenda item number 9. We do have an action item on this. So the proposed motion is on slide 15. So I am looking for a motion.
Vice Chair Whitaker will propose that we adopt the fiscal year 2025 SPCSA financial performance framework results provided in the 2024-2025 financial performance ratings report.
Thank you, Vice Chair Whitaker. Thank you, Member Holmes Sutton. All those in favor say aye.
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 We got to get better at being in unison, folks. Come on. All right. Thank you. All those in favor. Oh, we already did that. Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. All right. Moving right along, agenda item number 10, Alpine Academy. Back to Dr. Broughton, I think, right? Okay.
All right, Alpine Academy earned 4 falls far below standard ratings and 3 does not meet standard ratings for fiscal year 2025, reflecting a decline in financial performance from FY 2024 to FY 2025. Overall, these financial indicators reflect ongoing fiscal challenges that the Alpine Academy Governing Board should monitor closely. The indicators suggest ongoing liquidity constraints, recurring operating deficits, and misalignment between revenues, expenses, and long-term financial obligations. Alpine Academy has faced financial challenges due to increased employer PERS contribution rates, lease obligations, and delays in state funding adjustments following enrollment growth. However, it remains critical that the school's governing board take appropriate steps to improve the overall financial sustainability of the board or of the school. I will make a note that the school moved locations right before fiscal year 2025, and that has also played sort of a role in some of their financial challenges that they face since then. As such, SPCSA staff does recommend the SPCSA board issue a financial notice of concern, and a proposed motion can be found at the bottom of page 4 of the recommendation memo, and we do have representatives from the school available.
Thank you. Before I open it up to board questions, if leaders from the school want to add any commentary dialogue, you may do so now, and you would have 5 minutes to do so.
Thank you. I won't need 5 minutes. I wanted to ask real quick. I don't have a strong signal. Do you mind if I just turn off my camera and just speak just to save bandwidth?
Sure, go ahead.
All right. Thank you very much. So this is, let me bring up my notes.
And if you could just say your name for the record, just to make sure.
Yeah, for the record, my name is Louis Perlin. I'm Executive Director and Principal of Alpine Academy. I wanted to say that we understand and accept the staff recommendation to issue a financial notice of concern. And we appreciate the clarity and transparency provided through the financial performance framework. While our indicators reflect real liquidity and cash flow challenges, it's important to note that Alpine Academy is committed to maintaining full compliance in all areas of financial management, oversight, auditing, and reporting. Our governance structure and internal controls are sound. The challenges identified are driven primarily by increased employer PERS contribution rates, fixed lease obligations, and timing delays and state funding adjustments following enrollment growth. It's rather than fiscal mismanagement. As Dr. Broughton had said, approximately a year and a half ago, we made a strategic decision to move into a facility that was better suited to serve as a high school for our students. We understood at the time that this transition would involve growing pains, and those growing pains have continued as we have worked to scale responsibly. A note is that when we made that move because we knew this would be better for the school and for the students, but we still had a year remaining on our lease agreement with the facility that we had moved out of. And we worked with the, we tried to work with the property manager and we tried to work with the landlord, and they would not budge. So a lot of what got us into this position is that we were essentially in one building, but making 2 lease payments. That has ended, so we're recovering, but that did hit us pretty hard. So again, growing pains have continued. We were hoping it would have been a year, but we're in 2 years now. Alpine remains a small school that has grown larger, and we're navigating the challenges of expansion while also operating in an increasingly competitive environment with new schools opening in our region. In response, our governing board and leadership team have already taken corrective action. These steps include cost containment measures, reductions in non-essential expenditures, staffing adjustments where necessary, and an intensified focus on enrollment growth, grants, and financing strategies to stabilize cash flow. Another just quick note is that I have learned to obsess over ADE and just enrollment and events and just trying to increase our enrollment. And so I don't, if this board wants to ask me questions about like how our ADE has grown in the last few quarters, I'd love to share that in the Q&A. So we view this notice of concern as an opportunity to continue strengthening Alpine's financial position through transparency, disciplined planning, and collaboration with SPCSA staff. I'm not burying my head in the sand on this. We've been struggling, and I've been making calls, and I've been asking for guidance both from the Charter Authority as well as from the NDE, and as well as anybody else who's willing to listen. So, thank you to everybody who just gives advice and offers support. And moving forward, we're taking this seriously. So I wanted to say thank you for your time and continued oversight.
Thank you, Mr. Perlin, for being here today and for your commitment to service. All right, we'll bring it back to the board. Any questions from board colleagues? Again, this is agenda item number 10, Alpine Academy. Any from board colleagues online? All right, seeing none, I will entertain a motion.
Board Member Aldaba, for the record, I motion to issue a notice of concern under the financial performance framework for Alpine Academy.
Short and sweet. Thank you. Do I have a second?
Member Holmes Sutton, second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. We will open up agenda item number 11, Discovery Charter School. Back to you, Dr. Broughton.
Discovery Charter School earned 1 falls far below standard rating and 1 does not meet standard rating for fiscal year 2025. The school is currently under a financial notice of concern, which was continued in FY 2024, and the ratings for FY 2025 make the school eligible for additional intervention. Discovery Charter School demonstrated significant financial improvement between FY 2024 and FY 2025. The school's debt to asset ratio remains the only indicator that makes them eligible for continued action on the financial performance framework. However, the debt to asset ratio improved from FY 2024 to FY 2025, decreasing from 1.07 to 1.04. While a ratio of 1.04 resulted in a falls far below standard rating under the FY 2025 financial performance framework, the SPCSA board revised this metric in the updated framework that will be in place for FY 2026. Under those revised standards, a debt to asset ratio of 1.04 would be rated as does not meet standard, and Discovery Charter School would not be eligible for additional intervention. Given the school's improved financial indicators and the updated financial performance framework, SPCSA staff recommends that the SPCSA board remove the notice of concern for Discovery Charter School and return the school to financial good standing. A proposed motion can be found at the bottom of page 4 of the recommendation memo, and there's school's principles online.
Thank you, Dr. Broughton. I think yep, there you are, Mr. Stern. If you want to add anything, you've got 5 minutes and the floor is yours.
For the record, Flynn Stern, Executive Director of Discovery Charter School. Just been super appreciative of the opportunity to come on board with Discovery Charter School a little over a year ago. We've made excellent financial decisions and been good stewards of our budget and are really trying to do everything we can to maximize our funds and give our students the best. And we are seeing improvement, and that's why we're all here today. So with that, I'll open it up to questions from the board, and I am happy to answer anything.
Thank you, Mr. Stern. Bringing back to the board, any questions for staff or for Mr. Stern at the school? Go ahead.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Member Addis. For the record, this is just a clarifying question for me. Can I get clarification about what the eligibility for additional intervention is and how? Thank you.
Yes, so in the current version of the framework, 1 falls far below standard rating or 4 or more does not meet standard ratings indicate eligibility for action, but the board has the ability to, action is not required with that. It just makes the school eligible for action. So then we provide some additional analysis to recommend whether or not action should be taken.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Addis. Any other questions from board colleagues? Seeing none, I will entertain a motion.
Vice Chair Whitaker will motion to remove the financial notice of concern from Discovery Charter School and return the school to financial good standing.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Do I have a second?
Member Homestead, second. Member Homestead, second.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Congratulations. Thank you, Mr. Stern.
Thank you.
All right, agenda item number 12, Akibo Academy. Back to you, Dr. Broughton.
Akibo Academy earned meet standard ratings in all 13 financial indicators. The school is currently under a financial notice of concern, which was continued in FY 2024. The school's ratings for FY 2025 showed significant improvement in nearly every financial indicator. As such, SPCSA staff recommends the removal of the financial notice of concern, and a proposed motion can be found at the bottom of page 4 of the recommendation memo.
Thank you. And do we have representatives from the school online who wants to say anything? I'm not seeing anyone, so I'm going to move forward. Okay. Do we have questions from board colleagues for staff? All right, seeing none, I will entertain a motion.
Board Member Aldava, for the record, I move to remove the financial notice of concern from Equipo Academy and return the school to financial good standing.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Member Holstein, second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Congrats, Equipo Academy. Agenda item number 13, Explore Academy.
Explore Academy earned 3 falls far below standard ratings and 1 does not meet standard rating for fiscal year 2025. The school was issued a financial notice of breach for FY 2023, which was continued in FY 2024. The ratings for FY 2025 make the school eligible for additional intervention. While the school demonstrated some improvement in liquidity from FY 2024 to FY 2025, variance between budgeted and actual enrollment, operating losses, and increased debt levels contribute to an overall financial profile that's still struggling. As such, SPCSA staff recommends the continuation of the financial notice of breach and continued oversight through the financial performance framework. A proposed motion can be found on page 4 of the memo.
Thank you, Dr. Broughton. And I see we have Allie Taylor here from the school. If you'd like to make some comments, you've got 5 minutes to do so.
Thank you, Allie Taylor. For the record, I am the head administrator here at Explore Academy. Though we are seeing improvement, like noted, we are not where we need to be, and we know that. We continue to monitor our budget and enrollment numbers to ensure we're making smart and financially sustainable decisions. My board chair, Mr. Gomez, is present, as well as our financial officer, Mr. Padilla, for any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. If there are no questions from board members, I will entertain a motion if there's no discussion.
Member Holstein, I would make the motion to continue the notice of breach under the financial performance framework for Explore Academy and require the school to participate in ongoing financial oversight as outlined by SPCSA staff.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Vice Chair Whitaker will second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Agenda
Thank
item
you
number
all
14.
again for your ongoing support.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Agenda item number 14, Nevada State High School flagship.
Nevada State High School flagship earned 1 falls far below standard rating for fiscal year 2025. Overall, the school appears to be in a strong financial position. However, actual enrollment at 86% of the budgeted enrollment makes them eligible for action on the financial performance framework. Though the school's actual enrollment remained at less than 90% throughout FY 2025, SPCSA staff was able to calculate this metric in the future, which is the current year of FY 2026. The school's actual enrollment in 2025-2026 is within 94.9% of the board adopted budget for FY 2026, which is 0.1% away from the SPCSA expectation. Given that the majority of Nevada State High School flagship's financial indicators were incredibly strong in FY 2025, and that the FY 2026 enrollment variance is very close to the standard established in the financial performance framework, SPCSA staff recommends no action at this time. As a result, the school would remain in good standing.
Thank you, Dr. Broughton. I believe it looks like we have members from the school online. You may go ahead and make any commentary you like. You have 5 minutes and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. We do have quite the team joining this meeting. My name is Melissa McCormick, for the record. And as Katie said, while all other financial measures meet the standard, strong liquidity, cash reserves, over 2,000 days cash on hand, we are in great financial health. The single red indicator was a result of an unrealistically high highly set enrollment cap by previous administration. We're working with the SPCSA to potentially maybe combine all Southern Nevada charter schools for Nevada State High School into one enrollment cap, which we are currently in discussions about with our board. This adjustment would better put us in a better financial position and allow our schools not to compete against each other. I also wanted to allow Ms. Polish, Ms. Felkevich, and or Ms. Davis the opportunity to further highlight some of these accomplishments from our school, despite that one falls below standard rating.
Hello, Emily Polish from for the record, sorry. Currently serving as Support Services Director. We are very thankful that SPCSA is working with us to develop more accurate enrollment caps moving forward based on actual historical trend data and better enrollment projections. We did have an amazing fall semester. Just wanted to highlight that our average student unweighted GPA while they're doing their college coursework was 3.10 for the fall with a median of 3.4. And we did have just shy of 17%, 132 of our students with a perfect unweighted 4.0 GPA. So we are very proud of our strong curriculum and success and look forward to having accurate enrollment caps set for spring.
This is Amy Davis for the record. I'm the Marketing and Operations Director here. We have amplified our marketing extensively over the last 2 years. And this past spring enrollment, we saw all-time high numbers, almost 20% over our last year's spring enrollment. So we are very excited going into fall enrollment for the 26-27 school year and expect our numbers to keep increasing.
Good afternoon. This is Krista Felkevich for the record. I'm the Campus Executive Director at Nevada State High School. Just wanted to highlight an impressive improvement on our part in the last 9 months. We have retained 99% of our staff, and this juxtaposed to some lower staff retention rates in previous years. So we are heading in the right direction and excited about what next year brings as well. Thank you.
We welcome any questions at this time.
Thank you very much for being here and for your commitment to your school. We'll bring it back to the board. Again, there's no action being recommended on this agenda item, but I will open it up for any questions either for staff or for school leaders. Any board colleagues online? All right, seeing none, we will move on. Thank you very much. Agenda item number 15, Nevada Prep Charter School. Back to you, Dr. Broughton.
Nevada Prep Charter School earned 4 fall below standard ratings and 2 does not meet standard ratings for fiscal year 2025. The school was issued a financial notice of breach for fiscal year 2024, and the ratings for fiscal year 2025 make the school eligible for additional intervention. Overall, the school did not meet standard in current ratio, unrestricted days cash, total margin, debt to asset ratio, and debt to lease service coverage ratio. Of particular concern, the school's debt to asset ratio increased from FY 2024 to FY 2025, which means the school continues to be significantly over leveraged. It is important to note that the SPCSA board voted not to renew the Nevada Prep Charter School contract, and the school will cease operations on June 30th, 2026. However, SPCSA staff still recommends continuing the financial notice of breach, and a proposed recommendation can be found on page 4 of the memo. And I think we've heard from that school quite a bit today, so I don't think they have more to add.
Thank you, Dr. Broughton. I agree. We will bring it back to the board. Does the board have any questions for staff? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion.
Board Member Aldava, for the record, I move to continue the notice of breach under the financial performance framework for Nevada Prep Charter School and require the school to participate in ongoing financial oversight as outlined by SPCSA staff.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Holmes Sutton. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Agenda item number 16, Pinecrest Academy of Northern Nevada.
Pinecrest Academy of Northern Nevada, or PAN, earned 1 falls far below standard rating and 1 does not meet standard rating for fiscal year 2025. The school is currently under a financial notice of concern, which was continued in FY 2024, and the ratings for FY 2025 make the school eligible for additional intervention. Pinecrest Academy's debt to asset ratio improved between FY 2024 and FY 2025, decreasing from 1.1 to 1.08. While a ratio of 1.08 resulted in a falls far below standard rating under the FY 2025 financial performance framework, the SPCSA board revised this metric in the updated framework that will be in place for FY 2026. Under those revised standards, a debt to asset ratio of 1.08 would be rated as does not meet standard, and Pinecrest Academy of Northern Nevada would not be eligible for additional intervention. Given the school's improved financial debt to asset ratio and the updated financial performance framework, SPCSA staff recommends that the SPCSA board remove the notice of concern for Pinecrest Academy of Northern Nevada and return the school to financial good standing. A proposed motion can be found at the bottom of page 4 of the recommendation memo.
Thank you, Dr. Broughton. And I see we have members, school leadership on the line. If you'd like to add any commentary to the board, you have 5 minutes to do so, and the floor is yours.
Hi, Jamie Austin, principal here, and Jace Glover, our board treasurer, is on there as well. So we appreciate the SPCSA reviewing and updating that financial framework for next year and the consideration of removing PAN's financial notice of concern, given those changes to the metrics.
Thank you very much. All right, we'll bring it back to the board. Any questions for staff or leaders from the school? Seeing none, I will entertain a motion.
Member Holmes, I might make my apologies, please. Vice Chair, I defer to you.
Vice Chair Whitaker will motion to remove the financial notice of concern for Pinecrest Academy of Northern Nevada and return the school to financial good standing.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Member Holmes Sutton, would you like to be a second?
Certainly.
Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Congratulations and thank you. Moving right along, we have agenda item number 17, Sage Collegiate Public Charter School.
Sage Collegiate Public Charter School earned 1 falls far below standard rating and 2 does not meet standard ratings for fiscal year 2025. The school was issued a financial notice of breach for FY 2024, and the ratings for FY 2025 make the school eligible for additional intervention. Overall, the school did see some improvements in current ratio, current year margin, and debt lease service coverage ratio, but the overall ratings still do not meet standard. The high debt to asset ratio indicates that the total liabilities exceed the total assets, suggesting that continued operations may depend on external support or refinancing. The low debt to lease service coverage ratio further indicates that the school's operating cash flow is insufficient to meet its debt and lease obligations. Taken together, these metrics demonstrate that the school is highly leveraged and lacks adequate cash flow to pay their existing debt. Overall, Sage Collegiate Public Charter School did make some financial improvements between FY 2024 and FY 2025, but they continue to be in a precarious financial position. And as such, SPCSA staff recommends the SPCSA board continue the financial notice of breach with ongoing monitoring. A proposed motion can be found on page 4 of the recommendation memo.
Thank you, Dr. Broughton. I see we have Sandra Kinney on the line. If you want to add any commentary, you have 5 minutes and the floor is yours.
Sure. I was going to add our board chair's been on since the start of the meeting too, and we're here to answer any questions, but we were not going to offer any comments.
Thank you very much. All right, we'll bring it back to the board. Any questions for staff or school leadership? Seeing none, I will entertain a motion.
Member Holmstein, I make the motion to continue the notice of breach under the financial performance framework for Sage Collegiate Public Charter School and require the school to participate in ongoing financial oversight as outlined by the SPCSA staff.
Thank you, Member Holden Sutton. Do I have a second?
Board Member Aldaba, a second.
Thank you, Member Aldaba. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Agenda item number 18, Vegas Vista Academy. Before we get into that, I think we have a board member who needs to make a disclosure.
Member Addis, for the record, for transparency purposes, I want to disclose that I have a professional relationship with Dr. Ben. We are both members of Leadership Las Vegas currently. That relationship is limited to a professional context and does not involve any financial interest or personal relationship. I have reviewed the matter before the board and am able to participate fully and make an objective and impartial decision.
Thank you, Member Addis. All right, over to you, Dr. Broughton.
Vegas Vista Academy earned 1 false bar below standard rating for fiscal year 2025, which makes the school eligible for additional intervention. FY 2025 was Vegas Vista's first year of operation, and the school was able to purchase a permanent facility sort of in the middle of the year, which strengthened both the long-term financial and operational position of the school. The school's debt to asset ratio is the only indicator currently rated as falls far below standard with a result of 1.05. While this rating applied under the FY 2025 financial performance framework resulted in a falls far below standard rating, the SPCSA board revised this metric in the updated framework for FY 2026. And under the revised standards, a debt to asset ratio of 1.05 would be rated as does not meet standard, and the school would not be eligible for additional intervention. Given the updated financial performance framework, SPCSA staff recommends no action be taken for Vegas Vista Academy, and the school would remain in financial good standing.
Thank you, Dr. Broughton. And I see we have school leaders here. If you'd like to make any comments, you've got 5 minutes and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, board. Dr. Benjamin Feinstein, Executive Director of Vegas Vista Academy, for the record. Just want to thank the board and SPCSA for their ongoing guidance and support here in our second year. And we're really happy to be in a permanent location now. And I think that's going to improve our debt to asset ratio. The main impetus behind that ratio is that we purchased this brand new property, but things are improving for us every day. And we are currently sitting well above our enrollment numbers for our lottery. So we're looking good moving into next year as we expand, hopefully pre-K all the way through 6th grade. I also have my board chair here.
Yeah. Hello, this is Eric Duran-Valle, board chair for the Vegas Vista Academy Board of Directors. I just want to echo our executive director, Dr. Feinstein's sentiments, and also express on behalf of the entire board our appreciation for our executive director's diligence, the diligence of our back office provider, EdTech, which is now Vertex, I suppose, as well as guidance and assistance from SPCSA staff and board members. So we thank you for understanding our unique situation, given that we bought a new building in the middle of our first years. And the board is always thanks to EdTech and Vertex and our executive director, the board is always very well informed of our financial projections and situation, and days cash on hand looks really great. So I think we have a very healthy financial picture. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Chair Thigpen, for the record, you certainly have made leaps and bounds in your first year. So it's very impressive to see that you've managed to do all that. So congrats to you. All right, we'll bring you back to the board for discussion. No action item on this agenda item, but are there any questions for staff or school leaders? All right, seeing none. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
All right, number 19, Young Women's Leadership Academy.
Young Women's Leadership Academy, or YWLA, earned 1 falls far below standard rating and 2 does not meet standard ratings for fiscal year 2025. The school was previously issued a financial notice of concern in FY 2024, and the FY 2025 results make the school eligible for additional intervention. The FY 2025 indicators show declining liquidity and ongoing operating losses over the past 2 years. While the school has demonstrated some areas of financial improvement, these trends indicate the need for continued focus on strengthening the financial stability of the school. Accordingly, SPCSA staff recommend that the financial notice of concern be continued, and a proposed motion can be found at the bottom of page 4 of the recommendation memo.
Thank you very much. And I think they are working on getting the presentation up. All right.
Oh.
Unrelated. Got it. Okay. If you're from the school?
Trevor Goodsell from Academica. I'm here on behalf of YWLA. The school continues to look at ways to improve enrollment, to strengthen its way through operations, but we continue to have the support of the SANS Foundation. And so as long as we have that backing, our risk is quite low. And so we will continue to look at all options to improve our enrollments.
Thank you very much. All right. We'll bring it back to the board. Any questions for staff or school leaders? Seeing none, I will entertain a motion.
Vice Chair Whitaker. Oh,
Please.
go ahead. I'll default to you.
Member Hope Sutton, I'm proposing a motion to continue the notice of concern under the financial performance framework for Young Women's Leadership Academy.
Thank you. Vice Chair, would you like to second?
Vice Chair Whitaker will second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those in favor, say aye.
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 All right. I feel like I'm at a concert trying to hype people up. We're almost there, folks. Okay. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. And before we go into agenda item number 20, we're going to take a 10 minutes convenient break. So we'll come back at 12:44 p.m. Thank you. All right, thank you all very much. We are bringing the meeting back to order at 12:44 p.m. Chair Thigpen for the record. And we will open agenda item number 20, the SPCSA annual review and overview of SPSA's. Goodness, SPCSA sponsored public charter schools.
All right, Melissa McAdin for the record. Just want to make sure you guys can see that presentation up there. Yes. Okay, perfect. All right, this presentation's purpose is to provide an overview of the SPCSA and our progress towards our 2025-2030 strategic plan goals. As a reminder, NRS 388A establishes 3 primary purposes for the SPCSA, and that is to authorize charter schools of high quality, provide oversight, and serve as a model of best practice in sponsoring. As you know, we have a 10-member board, which includes 9 voting members and 1 student member. The agency has 42 full-time employees this year and will have 43 in the second year of the biennium. Additionally, we have 6 independent contractors working on various projects for the agency. We have 4 directors who oversee our teams, which include finance and operations, school support, monitoring and evaluation, and charter school authorizing. The SPCSA has 3 offices. Additionally, we have an estimated $49.8 million in grant funding that will pass through to our schools this fiscal year. The SPCSA has 70,534 students enrolled as of October 1st. With this number of students, the SPCSA is the second largest LEA or local education agency in Nevada, trailing only Clark County. This is mainly due to the transfer of 6 existing charter schools from Clark County who came under our sponsorship on July 1st, 2025. Those schools had a total of 5,400 students in them. These students attend 90 different campuses in 5 counties. 86% of our students are in Clark County. This slide includes all new campuses that opened, meaning new charter schools and charter school new campuses, the expansions through amendments. This slide outlines school closures over the last 2 years, as well as the upcoming closure of Nevada Prep. Notably, Pilot Ed was restarted and AMS was approved earlier in today's agenda to restart Nevada Prep. This slide represents the variety of schools that we have in our portfolio, something I think you're all very familiar with. So with that, we will jump into sort of how we're doing against our strategic plan. As a reminder, the vision of the SPCSA is equitable access to diverse, innovative, and high-quality public schools for every Nevada student. The mission of the SPCSA is to sponsor, support, and oversee dynamic and responsive public charter schools that prepare all students for academic, social, and economic success. The values of the SPCSA include student-focused, excellence through improvement, transparency, accountable autonomy, equity and diversity, and leadership. We utilize a variety of strategies to help us reach our goals, as outlined on the left of this slide. Those strategies generally fall into one of 4 categories: proactive oversight, strategic growth, expanded support, and recognizing progress. Through those strategies, it helps us meet our 5-year goals, which are listed there on the left-hand side. We will now dig into each of those goals more closely and look at our outcomes. Our first goal was to provide communities with access to excellent schools that students and families want to attend. The SPCSA aims for all sponsored schools to meet academic, organizational, and financial performance standards. Our strategic plan's measurable objective is that 78% of our schools are 3-star or better, and that 60% are 4-star or better on the NSPF. As you can see, our schools exceeded this goal and improved our last year's performance when 73% were 3-star or better and 52% were 4-star or better. Moving over to the other side of the slide, although our strategic plan does not specifically have a graduation rate goal, we believe it is important in this presentation to highlight those outcomes as well. This slide provides national context for the SPCSA's performance in ELA and Math Smarter Balanced, or the SBAC assessments, given in grades 3 through 8. We located a sample of states that also administer the SBAC, including California, Connecticut, Delaware, Oregon, and Washington, and found that in both ELA and math, SPCSA outperformed those states shown for the 24-25 school year, which is similar to last year. About 82% of non-Title I schools across the state had an NSPF rating of 3 stars or higher, whereas about 95% of the SPCSA non-Title I schools earned at least a 3-star rating. Moving on to Title I schools, for the state overall, only 1 in 3 Title I schools has a 3-star rating or higher, while the SPCSA outperformed the state with about 74% of Title I schools earning a 3-star or higher. Still working on that disparity, though, between Title I and non-Title I, of course. The left panel of this slide discusses the SPCSA academic performance framework, which is very similar to the NSPF in that schools earn a rating based on their performance in various measures. About 86% of schools met or exceeded standards. The right-hand portion of the slide highlights the work of our monitoring and evaluation team, which has already completed 30 of the 54 site evaluations scheduled for this year. As you may remember, the SPCSA also conducts site evaluations. We talked about this a little bit earlier, at a minimum of in their first, third, and fifth years of the charter contract. Site evaluations are labor intensive. This year, staff have had to conduct 54 site evaluations, and they've, like I said, completed about 30 of those. So they're more than halfway done. This slide looks at the organizational and financial framework. The year marks the first year schools were rated on the OPF framework approved by this body in 2024. As a reminder, this framework is attempting to answer the question on whether the organization is effective and well run. We had 3 schools that were issued notices under this framework. The financial framework was also updated in 2024 and seeks to answer the question of whether the school is financially viable. Over 72% of schools meet standards on the financial performance framework. As you may remember, we are really trying to emphasize the progress being made by our schools. With that in mind, our second measurable objective under this strategic goal is that 85% of schools on the organizational and financial framework intervention ladder will be returned to good standing or not escalated. No schools were issued notices in the 23-24 school year, so there was no room for improvement. So this year we had 3 schools who issued notice. We're looking for 85% of those schools to improve next year. But this year we couldn't measure the organizational because we didn't issue any notices. We came very close to meeting the goal on the financial performance framework, but we did fall short, with 76.9% of schools that were on the intervention ladder either returned to good standing or not escalated. Keeping in mind these are 5-year goals, and so I'm pretty happy with kind of where the direction we're trending. All right, our second goal on our strategic plan was to provide equitable access to charter schools. The SPCSA aims for sponsored schools to serve a student population that is representative of the state in terms of race, ethnicity, and other student groups. The first measurable objective under this goal was that the percent of Title I schools in the SPCSA portfolio is at or above the percentage of statewide Title I schools. This objective was met for the 25-26 school year. About 61%, or 55 out of 90, of SPCSA schools operating in the 25-26 school year are Title I, as compared to 55% of schools across the state. The second measurable objective was that new charter schools opening under this strategic plan will have an ELL enrollment rate at or above their district average. This goal was not met by the 2025 school year, as only one new SPCSA school had an ELL enrollment rate at or above its district ELL enrollment rate. Combining schools under their respective districts also did not result in the SPCSA meeting this goal, as new SPCSA schools located within Clark County had a combined ELL rate of 9.2%, which did not meet the Clark County rate of 15.7%. The third measurable objective was that new charter schools opening under this strategic plan will have an average enrollment rate of students with IEPs at or above the state average. This goal was not met for the 25-26 school year, as 0 new SPCSA schools had an IEP rate at or above the state IEP enrollment rate. Combining schools also did not result in the SPCSA meeting this goal, as new SPCSA schools had a combined IEP enrollment rate of 10.6%, which fell below the state's IEP enrollment rate at 14.7%. Recent initiatives and state legislation in 2019 have resulted in more strategic authorizing centered around the demographic and academic needs assessment. There are some positive trends toward the SPCSA serving a population more representative of the state. You can see, for example, that in schools open since 2020, they actually have a higher ELL rate than the state. I would also point out that the state rate for free and reduced lunch is significantly inflated as a result of community eligibility rules. These rules allow any district whose direct certification rate is 25% or more to claim the entire student count of the district as qualifying for free and reduced lunch. This chart shows enrollment rates for the state, SPCSA, and SPCSA schools that have been approved post-implementation of the aforementioned needs assessment. Overall, these newer SPCSA schools are serving a population more representative of the state. This graph looks specifically at the SPCSA trends overall over the last 3 years as compared to the state average this year. Community eligibility rules, which I spoke to on a previous slide, allow districts which have 25% of students qualifying for free or reduced price lunch to become community eligible. When this happens, 100% of students in the district are counted as FRL students, which skews FRL statistics. At the SPCSA, we have started looking directly at the direct certification numbers, and looking at direct certification numbers paints a much clearer picture of how the SPCSA is doing regarding serving a representative student body. You can see here that the SPCSA still trails Clark County at 30.4%, with Clark County being at 40.6%, but the disparity is not as dire as the previous slide might indicate. And finally, our third goal in our strategic plan is that the SPCSA is committed to being a responsive organization. As an agency, the SPCSA aims to have strong communication skills, adaptability, and innovation in our outputs and problem solving. We are committed to executing plans effectively while staying resilient to the challenges. The strategic plan had 3 objectives under it. And I'll be honest, when we wrote this strategic plan, I really was like, okay, this goal is going to happen in year like 4. Like this is the goal that's like out there in the distance. But we recently had a grant opportunity become available to us. I hope I'm like totally speaking Kurt's love language right now. We were applied for and awarded approximately $23,000 to help us move towards meeting the first 2 benchmarks, which include most respondents indicated satisfaction with SPCSA communication during the annual survey, and the SPCSA will establish a comprehensive communication strategy to supplement the strategic plan to improve communication internally and externally. So with those grant funds, we will be seeking requests for proposals to help us develop a survey for our stakeholders and to help us develop a communication strategy. So really excited that that's going to get going, before 2030 when I thought it was going to. I thought this slide was really important because, that goal was really about being a responsive organization. And as a relatively young sector, we continually find ourselves facing new challenges. At the heart of this goal is our commitment to responding to those challenges innovatively and effectively, something this team does very well. And I'm going to just highlight a few of those. So obviously we have faced school closures in the last few years, which we've never faced in Nevada before. So one of the solutions that we implemented was the RFQ for proven providers, AMS. That was something that we had never done in the state before, and we had to quickly rise to the occasion and make that happen for the sake of the students sitting in those schools. We've had issues with financial reporting accuracy and timeliness with our schools, so we have conducted multiple trainings for schools both in and out of our portfolio on state mandated financial documents. We've been improving forms to make them more user-friendly for charter schools, and we see the fruits of that labor already starting to pay off, where we had so many, the vast majority of our schools getting their audits in on time this year. We've seen an increase, like all public schools have in Nevada, of special education increases, and so we've been doing some relationship building with Charter School and Insurance Defense Council, collaborating with school districts facing similar challenges, and offering monthly trainings to schools. Those are all new things, solutions that we have implemented since I started here. We've had schools concerned about too many interruptions by on-site visits, and so we combined site visits with risk-based monitoring this year. We've had schools concerned with burdensome compliance requirements. We took the feedback that we heard in front of this body about implementing grace periods for submissions that require corrections, and we've eliminated duplicative reporting requirements where we can. And lastly, this is a statewide challenge, but it certainly was true for our schools as well. Students entering kindergarten just not really school ready, right? Their kindergarten readiness was not where you would want it to be. So we have doubled the number of Nevada pre-K seats, taking us to 458 total in pre-K in our charter schools, and received a competitive grant for facility costs of $1.3 million. So those are just a few examples highlighting not only the challenges, but the solutions that we have implemented to meet those challenges. The remainder of this presentation is made up of the appendix, which I will quickly go through. Don't panic. I'm not going to go through all of these in great detail. This first one is new charter schools. These next few slides show the schools that have opened since 2020, their location, grade levels served, full-scale enrollment, and Title I status. This slide shows the schools scheduled to open in future years. This slide represents the Clark County school districts that transferred in to us. These next slides are all about the star ratings. This is a chart you have seen before many times, comparing the SPCSA star rating to those of the state. This is the SPCSA versus Nevada districts, percent of schools with a 3-star or higher NSPF rating. You've seen many of these before. That's why I'm going to go through them relatively quickly, but it's nice to have them. This presentation tends to be really helpful when people are asking you questions. It gives you one stop to go and find the most common type of questions you might be asked. This graph is looking specifically at the number of schools who would be considered meeting standard or above over the last 5 years. Here we take a closer look to see how the different grade bands are performing. This profile is consistent pre-pandemic. We typically see less elementary schools meeting or exceeding the standards, largely because the cut scores are much higher at the elementary level. These slides are the NSPF star rating by school. So whenever you're thinking like, what did that school get? Where are they at? This is kind of a one-stop shop to find that. And these next slides look at proficiency on state assessments. So this graph looks at 3-year trends in each subgroup. That's historically been a big question for this board, is how are the individual subgroups doing? And this looks at each subgroup for both the SPCSA and the state on the SBAC. Anything highlighted in green indicates the the SPCSA rate is greater than the state. So all those green boxes is a good thing. Continues on to this page, looking at science outcomes by subgroup, and you can see we're all green again, indicating outperforming the state in all those subgroups. This slide looks at 3-year trends in ACT data by subgroup. You start to see for the first time some red cells, which indicate the state average was higher in certain years with certain subgroups than the SPCSA rate. So for example, you can see in 2024, 2025, among among students that were represented as 2 or more races, the state rate was 27.6 and the SPCSA rate was 26.6 in math proficiency. So of course we like to hone in on those areas and, you know, draw the attention to those, see where we're falling short. This table looks at high school science data. Again, with just a few exceptions, the SPCSA has outperformed the state in most subgroups. Now we're going to look at graduation rates. These next 2 slides break down the graduation rate at each high school, both overall and by subgroup. Again, historically, this board has been very interested in subgroup population, so we wanted to provide that to you, and that continues onto this slide as well. This slide represents 4-year graduation rate trends by subgroup. And this slide compares SPCSA grad rates to the state by subgroup. This slide shows the percentage of students in the SPCSA and state who earned advanced or CC&R diplomas over the last few years. This is certainly something that we are proud of, as it indicates that these students are in fact better prepared for college and career. So that 53, you know, in our portfolio, over half of our students are earning that CC&R diploma, as compared to the state where about 42% are. Lastly, we will jump into enrollment and demographics. Again, these are all slides you've seen in previous presentations, so that's why I'm going through them so quickly. This slide shows the rate of growth for schools in our portfolio since 2018. Again, that 10.8% change is largely due to those Clark County School District schools. If you pull those out, our rate of change was 2.3%, which really represents controlled growth. This shows overall enrollment trends. Again, a slide that you are familiar with. And finally, we compare our enrollment to the state. I would again caution you regarding the FRL number. That direct cert number is certainly a more realistic picture of how we are measuring up. And with that, I will pause and see if there are any questions.
Thank you, Director McAdin. Do we have any questions from board colleagues? Not seeing any. I will say I'm happy to see the communication component moving forward. And I think over the last year, I've certainly seen communications, especially as we, you know, interacting more with the public with the size that we are. I've seen improvements there, so that's been great. All right. Well, and I think this is all available on our website as well. I know it's in the agenda attachments, but the whole strategic plan is available on the website apart from that, right?
Yes, our strategic plan is available on the website.
Awesome. Always great to have, especially as we're having conversations in the community. You can always pull that up and send that to folks who are curious about the work that we do. All right. Thank you very much, Director McAdin and team. We will move right into agenda item 21, the long range calendar.
Okay, a very anticlimactic final item. Generally, we just bring this up to highlight when our next meeting is and just ask that if you do have items that you'd like to see on the agenda, that you let Chair Thigpen know, and we will work to get those fit into our long range calendar where it's appropriate to do so. And we also, just as a reminder, ask that you, especially you know, we're starting to approach spring break season, summer vacation season. So if you know that you are going to have an absence, please let us know so that we can always continue to ensure that we have a quorum. And with that, I've got nothing else unless you guys have questions.
I think one thing well, I don't know, is now a good time to discuss anything added to the agenda, or we just discuss offline?
Yeah, that's
okay, making sure. If we can have Mr. Kern come back in March to discuss the academics of Nevada Prep, I think that'd be great.
Absolutely. I already got that one written down.
And then we will have to decide which board members can take on the governance standards. We don't have to decide that today, but I can probably reach out to board members offline and get some volunteers lined up for the year.
We'll take that on for you, Chair Thigpen. By next month, I'll have Carrie or Teresa go in and just sort of arbitrarily assign a name. Everyone will take a turn. If you have a conflict that day, we'll trade out, but we'll take care of that for you.
Okay, that sounds great. Any questions for staff on the long range calendar? All right. Well, we will close that out and open up agenda item 22, the last public comment period. Again, this is for public comment for things that were not on today's agenda. I don't see any public comment in the boardroom. Do we have any online?
Thank you, Chair. To provide public comment, please press *9 on your phone or raise hand in your Zoom window to be placed in the queue. Chair, there are no public comment callers at this time.
Thank you very much. Well, with that, we will adjourn today's meeting. I want to thank everyone for being here, for your commitment. I know today was a bit of a day. So I hope everyone takes some time to rest this weekend, and I'll see you again in March. Thank you very much.